it's funny because like when you look into the history of Class S, like all the stuff that they're doing, is like lifting from like early foundational like Class S stuff, like the whole like picking up a handkerchief and giving it back. That's similar to stuff that happens in Hanaori. It's amazing that Funko Pop is perfectly rhymes with Goy Slop.
Funko
You'll
Pop,
buy the Goy Slop Funko Pops.
Goy Slop Funko Pop.
Hello, welcome to the Weeb Crew podcast.
That's
as good of that's as good of a transition as any. I'm your host.
Sure,
Mumi.
why not? Yeah, I'm your co-host Psionic, and as always, wait, no, fuck, I fucked it up. Oh god,
man, that was a smooth handoff too, and you just fucking fumbled that shit.
Yeah, I just fumbled. No, I still made it to the end zone. Okay, it's good. All right, let's do the kick. All right.
I don't think we fucking got in the end zone.
Listen. The fucking referee said I'm safe or whatever.
I think he's doing the fucking review right. I think he's looking at the box, shaking his head. You know.
It's like a 3-pointer or whatever. I dunk that shit.
That is not what that happens in football.
I dunk that shit to the end zone.
You're not Gronk. You can't reach that high.
We literally won the World Cup. All right, we're in.
We've already lost.
So what are we doing?
Already gone. We're talking about anime. Why are you making all these fucking sports references? This is the worst fucking anime podcast I've ever heard.
Now we have a lot of anime to talk about, so I guess we should just get into it. We have started trudging through the summer 2026 season. God help us.
God help us.
Everyone
should be happy to know we have seen every non-sequel that is airing this season so far.
Yes.
And some sequels.
There are still 3 shows I need to watch technically, although 2 of them I don't think we're going to be continuing, so why bother? But I also need to watch the first episode of Jaadugar. Not seen that one yet, but I've seen everything else.
God.
That comes out to about.
Oh my god!
Listen. I had a fucking busy week. Okay.
Yeah. You were telling about fucking 4th of July and fucking D-Sweater.
So that comes out to about 46 shows in total that we've gone through. How many did we watch last year? 43. So
you mean last season? Last season?
Last season.
Last season I tried 44. I don't know where you. Maybe I watched an extra one than you.
Maybe you have like a extra like a sequel season in there or something.
I will say this season we watched 46. We're currently in the process of because we try to keep it to like 20 to 24, depending on how much we watch in another server, because we watch like 4 a day, weekdays.
Yeah.
So we try to keep it to 20 in that server, and then there's like a leeway of like 4 or so that we usually squeeze in there. So we're trying to cull it down to that 20 number. We are currently looking at like 27 that we did not just immediately kind of drop. And some of the ones that we immediately dropped are kind of more drops by sheer, we don't have time. There's not enough time.
Yeah. So, if this were a weaker season, maybe we could watch. I mean, some of them are also just things like the world's strongest rear guard. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Black Torch is one of those where it's like, if this were a weaker season, it's a fine show. There's nothing really wrong with it, but it does lack sauce. Though it is a curiosity because it is like a canceled manga from 2018. I'm like, why are you adapting this? Like, surely this must be some like passion project that you want to see the world.
We can't be at the point where we're like scraping that bottom of the barrel. Like,
surely like there's more light novel isekai you could be adapting.
Yeah, surely of all the things today. Yeah, so I don't know why this exists. Yeah, it was serialized from December 2016 to March 2018. It's not very long. It's like 5, but like
But
Why?
why it is? So
Like, I don't have a problem with it. I just want to know why.
I would want to watch it if this were a weaker season, but like,
yeah.
there's 27 shows I like sort of more than it. So you got to make some concessions.
There are 35
somewhere.
shows that I like more than it.
I don't have it quite that. I have it a little bit. I did find it interesting to see like how it all remixed, like the Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, and Darker Than Black shit.
This is like before Jujutsu. When did Jujutsu Kaisen start?
When did Jujutsu Kaisen because this is 2018, right?
Yeah. Okay. So this started. JJK started in March 2018, and then Black Torch started in December 2016. So this is this is before JJK even. Oh. Yeah, this literally ended. This ended the month that JJK started. So
well,
it's
shit.
Like this.
Well, it's still interesting to see these remix things that are like in other shows.
It's like the prototype version of everything that would come later, which I guess makes it interesting as like a time capsule, because this is like,
so I wonder if that's like a thing. I guess like, replacing the heart with like a monster thing, like you get the demon, the monster inside, Naruto and fucking Yusuke from Yu Hakusho, like even like
Tokyo
Goku with the Ozaru thing. He doesn't have like a literal monster inside of him, but like,
does he not? Oh, okay.
Well, he is just like, he just loses control. He is just the beast. Or
remember that like TV show Monsters Inside of Me?
No.
Okay.
But I wonder if that's like a thing where it's like your heart.
You got a monster inside of you?
I got two monsters inside of me.
Hell yeah.
One lubes up and the other bends.
That's not, I was asking about the energy drink, but okay. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. I was asking if you were drinking a Monster energy drink.
I do wonder if that's like a thing where it's like your heart gets replaced by a I need to like look more into that, because that's like in Chainsaw Man too, where like Pochita fucking
literally
replaces his heart.
Literally, yeah.
Which is it seems like a more unique thing than just like, I've got the Cube sealed inside. Oh, the Dragon of the Darkness flame is inside my arm, or that kind of shit.
Especially because like the cat in this has like a personality as well. Like they can kind of like converse with one another. But we just
I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. He didn't talk after the initial bit, but maybe.
I mean, we see it like on like all the like in the OP and stuff. Like the cat is like on around his neck and stuff. So I assume like he will be able to see the cat. Like a schizophrenia kind of thing. And the cat will be like talking to him in like a ghost form or whatever.
But we won't know.
Not that I know we're ever gonna find out. Yeah, we're not fucking watching this shit.
Maybe if I hear good things, I'll go back and I'll binge it in like an afternoon or something just to check it out.
Sure, yeah. I can't. I would imagine that this is like one season will adapt the whole manga, right? It's only 5 volumes.
Oh yeah, 5 volumes. This got canceled after like 20 chapters, didn't it?
I have no idea. I mean, maybe. I mean, if it ran through the year of like, if it ran for like a year and a half, it would probably have closer to like
19 chapters, 5 volumes. I didn't know this
because like
I guess
no. Jump Square is a monthly shonen magazine, so no, it would have maybe probably about 20 chapters.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't watch that one. So
if it's any good, let us know. I guess let us know what we're missing.
Let us know in the comments if you watch this after the season's ended and it's worth watching, I guess, and maybe I'll go check it out. Or maybe just leave a comment whenever we leave our thoughts on the end of the season.
Leave a comment on this website.
Leave a comment on the website.
I guess we can just like probably start off by pandering and talking about the most popular shows of the season, right?
Mushoku Tensei season 3.
I mean, I guess
you're not watching that one, so there's not much to talk about.
No, I guess according to
I can talk a bit about, because like as someone who read the light novel for the stuff, for the material that is adapted, that is crazy, right?
That's crazy.
The material that's adapting right now, anyway. I haven't read the full light novel, mind you.
Okay,
but I have read this part. Because I read after season 2, I think I might have said something on the podcast where I was like, man, I just kept going and I just went and read like a bit of the next bit. So I generally know what's going to happen. I was curious to see how this was going to be adapted. I will say this is having read the light novel, what I have, and then watching this, and then going back and because there's some parts in the beginning of the season that I was like, it like references a scene in season 2, like the first part of season 2. And I was like, was that there? Like, cause there's like a character that's like in the scene. And I was like, was that character there in season 2? And so I went back. I was like, oh fuck, she was. I'm just fucking idiot. She was just
a
there.
Graggle Simpson situation.
It's a lie, except he was actually there. But it was so I went and watched that. I was like, fuck, that's kind of interesting. But it how they adapted the Eris stuff in the first 2 episodes foiled how they adapted episode 0 with Sylphie's like backstory stuff in season 2. And also the lead up in like the first episode of season 2 where he's like is showing the aftermath of the end of season 1, right? Yeah. It kind of foils both of those really well. So I liked how they did that. And then I've seen the newest episode and I was curious how they were going to adapt that stuff because having read the light novel, it's very indulgent in the right way of like what you would want. As far as like just giving you more information than you could ever possibly need. So like it goes into much more detail of like him going around and introducing Roxy to different characters and kind of talking about like their conversations and stuff like that. This kind of just puts that on the back burner and just kind of like, oh yeah, that happened. That's a thing that happened. But like, it focuses on the story of it. I appreciate how they're adapting this because I feel like however the studio's adapting it, they are very adept at capturing the pathos of the story. Like the thing that resonates with me, obviously, and like I imagine most other people or a lot of other people, is that kind of like character work of Rudy and him kind of getting through his hang-ups and issues and kind of growing as a person. And then you kind of see him having nice things happen to him as like as almost like a reward, I guess. There are people that are already typing angry comments because I'm saying that he's getting girls as a reward, but that's not necessarily what I mean. But it's you don't have to like the show. It's fine. I don't care. But but watching it for that stuff is kind of the core of the appeal of the show, essentially. Like that is the emotional pathos of it, is seeing like the kind of parallels between what he is kind of experiencing now in this world and how that was a hang up in his old world and how he's able to kind of work through that hang up that he had kind of developed in his past life through the kind of training or routine and the people he has around him in the new life kind of thing. And they are able to really kind of like hone in on that in a way that I don't necessarily get out. It's not that it's not present in the light novel. It's just, it doesn't feel quite as like highlighted, I guess. Like I always think to like the end of part 1 of season 2, where Rudy like wakes up after her having sex with fucking Sylphie or whatever. And it does like the immediate parallel to like him waking up after Eris left, where he sees like the aphrodisiac that she used, and that immediately kind of reminds him of when he was introduced to the aphrodisiac, which was when he was shopping with Eris as a kid or whatever. And then he sees the cup knocked over, which reminds him of the cup that got knocked over in the tent or whatever. And then he sees the blood on the sheets that reminds him of the spilled wine on the floor. And he's immediately just brought back, like it immerses the audience into his kind of headspace of like seeing these things and immediately bringing you back to like, oh yeah, that happened. And like you immediately, like, because Sylphie's gone, you're immediately like, you understand that sort of trauma that he's immediately kind of experiencing, where it's like, fuck, did she leave again? That's the kind of thing that I appreciate in Mushoku Tensei, and they're able to really kind of focus in on that in the anime adaptation. I feel like I'm not necessarily getting out of the light novel. The light novel feels more inundated with information, and I suppose if you're just engaging with it in that way, maybe you can, like, it's not that it's not there, you can glean it out of it. It just doesn't feel as much of like a focus presentation wise, I guess. Outside of like he does do like internal monologues where he's like, oh, this blah blah blah, but it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel as strong, I guess. It doesn't feel as like resonant when he's like telling you like, oh no, does she leave, you know, versus like when you're piecing it together yourself, you're like, oh shit. Yeah. So I appreciate that about this new anime. It's kind of more of the same. I liked season 1 and 2. If you don't like season 1 and 2, I would not recommend checking out season 3 for obvious reasons. But that is the most popular anime of the season. So if you wanted to sell out and talk about popular shows, there you go.
There we go. That we can put it in the thumbnail or something. I know what we can put in the thumbnail. There's actually a couple options.
Were you gonna go with the Ghost in the Shell? Is that where you were going?
I was gonna say, I feel like it would either have to be Ghost in the Shell or a Chainsmoker Cat, honestly, since those are technically, according to AniList, at least anyway, smoking behind the supermarket is more popular than both of those. But
it also aired sooner, so maybe that's like part of it.
Maybe, yeah, because I feel like Chainsmoker Cat and Ghost in the Shell are a little bit more iconic. Okay. This is confusing, though. The Exiled Heavy Knight show is technically more popular than Ghost in the Shell on AniList. What?
Right. Sure.
Which let's just talk about that real quick, I guess. Is
that the Go Hands one?
Yeah, that's the Go Hands one. That's the Go Hands fantasy thing. And I wish it was more Go Hands. Like, the first episode had a lot of that Go Hands sauce, you know. Second episode did not have as much. It was still there, but not as much. And there was also a very unfortunate lack of the Jester girl in episode 2. So I'm kind of like...
In episode 1? Not like she was there in episode 1 either.
What? I mean, she was in it like at least a little bit.
Yeah, like a minute.
Yeah, hey, that's literally better than nothing, okay? It's
better than nothing, but that's still not in the show, really.
No, I mean, it is definitionally she is in the show, whereas in episode 2, I think we basically only saw her
actually,
in the ED.
She is in the show for 58 seconds. She is definitely in the show.
But I don't know if we want to continue this, honestly, because, I mean, obviously we are both big fans of Studio Go Hands.
We are Goat Hands merchants. I am the
biggest
Go
fan.
Hands I enjoyed at least one show I have seen from them. That's the thing, is I feel like this is a similar situation to like a Solo Leveling or something, where I did not care about the story of Solo Leveling whatsoever. I don't care about the writing or story or characters of this whatsoever, but you almost are watching it for the hype moments and aura, like Solo Leveling specifically, you're watching for the hype moments and aura, the visuals, the animation.
Yeah.
Sort of similar with this, is like you're just watching it for the Go Hands touch occasionally, and I'm like, that worked okay for me with Momentary Lily, because Momentary Lily
had other stuff going on that we
it was
could also
fun.
latch onto.
Writing wise,
no, Momentary Lily was really fun.
Like, it wasn't the greatest show. I think I gave it like a 5 or 6 or something, but it was. But still, it's it was outside of the visuals. It had something. This is not doing anything for me.
No,
even as like an
it's
isekai,
like a very straightforward. It's like a very like straightforward isekai. JRPG, MMO. I was gonna say, even as like an isekai,
there's nothing that's really, at least like not immediately like drawing my attention to be like, oh, that's an interest. Like, you know, with Isekai Oji-san, it was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And I think there was isekai this season, even like the RV isekai, like RV camping trip isekai was like kind of interesting conceptually, where I'm like, oh, that's an interesting way to approach isekai. Like, you're approaching isekai as if it's like a camping trip and blah blah. You know,
yeah.
There's interesting elements, this doesn't have anything for me. I'm like, okay.
No, I'm looking at like the bottom. I'm looking at like the bottom of like my list for the season, and it's like, yeah, world's strongest rear guard, the insipid prince's furtive grab for the throne, from overshadowed to overpowered. I don't even remember what happens in the oblivious saint can't contain her power. I don't like remember some of these even at this point, because they're all. They just don't feel very distinct. And the only distinct thing about this show is the Go Hands production. And I think if you took that away, we would have no reason to watch this, unfortunately. So it's kind of it's on the chopping block right now. The other thing about it is that it's a 2-core show.
Oh yeah, that was the other major thing, is like 12 episodes I might could give it a shot and watch it, even though visually, I don't know, second episode visually, there were some shots I was just like, there's no sauce.
There's no sauce here.
They did pull it off for the spider battle or whatever.
For the big silly spider fight. And I was like, okay.
But like going 24, 26 episodes, it's like, am I going to be able to keep up with this for that long?
For that long? And are they going to be able to like pull this off for that long? Because I don't think Gohan's has done really like a 2-core show in the past. I think it's basically all been like movies. Yeah, I'm not seeing any 2-core anime that they've like worked on really.
Also, I do remember the Oblivious Saint can't control her power.
Yeah, if I saw the image, like a poster for it, I probably would.
The problem is I'm like, I don't have the titles memorized. I don't go by the English titles because my list. This is much easier when it's in Japanese to find on and torrents.
Oh no, it's the guy with the red hair. Yeah, no, now I vaguely remember.
It's the one, the weird like fetishization of like I hate my sister kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, no, I think I just mentally checked out of this one. It's partway through the first episode where I was like,
But yeah, Heavy Night, the Go Hands one, we might drop that one. It, mind you, us not knowing if we want to drop it is not it's not indicative of it being a good show by any means. It's just more a curiosity because it is Go Hands, and Go Hands anime look fucking insane.
We like Go Hands here, even if it's not necessarily. Even if it's nauseating visually or nonsensical story-wise, God damn it, are we not here for it?
I appreciate the amount of over effort and over animation they're trying to do. Do I think it is good and like action
or warranted
or like good shot composition? No, but
not really.
It is.
But it's interesting to look at,
and I'm here for it. Usually, sometimes, with Momentary Lily specifically. With this, I don't know. I think we're giving it one episode to like be somewhat more interesting, and then we're out.
And then if it's not, that's where we're at. We don't get any more Jester Girl. We're dropping that shit. I guess now we can probably talk about the Ghost in the Shell after we forced people to listen to us talk about the Exiled Heavy Night.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's the way to go about. I don't know if you're supposed to alternate or if you should just like put all the good shit and like get them where they're listening to you talk about good shows, and then you like transition into bad shows, and they're like, well, I'm already here. I might as well just keep listening, I guess. I don't know. I have no fucking idea how you go about that. Yeah,
neither do I. What do you think about the Ghost in the Shell, though?
Unfortunately, it's peak.
What do you mean, unfortunately?
I listen. I'm not like you, all right? I don't like giving so many 8s and being like, this is the best anime of the year every fucking season.
We're saying this all based on just one episode too.
No, it is fucking good. People were fucking, I don't know. There are people that were on some shit in the server that I was reading, but like,
not just in the server, just in general. There's interesting discourse surrounding the show because Ghost in the Shell is such a varied franchise in terms of like all the different directions the story's been taken in. You know, with the original manga, which this is obviously a lot more similar to what Shiro's original manga was, than the 1995 Mamoru Oshii movie, and then the 2004 Mamoru Oshii movie, which is almost not even Ghost in the Shell.
Well, it's interesting because like people keep comparing the fall invisible scene or whatever, because that is repeated in basically every Ghost of the Shell adaptation. You got it in the movie, the original movie. You got it in Standalone Complex Second Gig. You got it in Arise.
Probably somewhere in Arise.
It is in Arise.
I haven't seen anything from Arise. Okay.
And then you got it in here. And then people are like, oh, the scene was not as good as the scene in the Ghost of the Shell movie. And it's like, oh, yeah.
It's like,
it was the Standalone Complex one. Like,
it's like, that's like literally like one of the most iconic scenes in any anime of all time.
Yeah, like, I get what they're going here, where it's like, yeah, you're not going to top that scene, so we're just not going to try. And so they just, they approached it.
And there's a different focus with that scene in the Ghost and the TV show as well.
The focus ends up being more like how she just lands on the cop car.
And in the I don't know if it's the case in Standalone Complex, but in the 95 movie, Aramaki is not in that scene. It's like some other guy. Whereas like in this, it is very.
The Standalone Complex one is not like this scene at all. It does the shot, but it's like them doing like an insurgents thing. And she just jumps out or whatever. It's not.
Whereas like
them doing a specific scene.
In this, it's very much meant to like set up like the dichotomy between the Major and Aramaki. Whereas that's not really the focus in the 1995 movie is kind of more on Motoko's like humanity or like lack thereof.
Yeah.
Whereas here is it's almost like it's almost setting up like a romance between the Major and Aramaki.
Yeah, it's a juxtaposition, and then she immediately lands on the cop car and destroys it.
Yeah. Instead of like where she just kind of disappears in the 1995 film. She's much more comedic in this one.
And it's I agree. That the film version is a better scene, but like as far as that specific shot, but it's like they're not doing the same thing, and
they are very different. They are adapting. They are the same scenes, like in terms of like subject matter and what they're doing overall, but they are emphasizing very different aspects to tell a different story.
Yeah. But this episode is really like, it reminds me of Standalone Complex is like, as far as the tone for the specifically like the political police stuff. But then it also obviously has the manga sort of like humor, edgy, kind of grungy aspect of it that's similar to like a Dominion Tank Police. It's basically like
very like silly animation.
Yeah, if you're just taking anime, like ignoring the fact that this came from a manga source material or whatever, it's just like a fusion of Standalone Complex and Dominion Tank Police, which is what the manga is essentially.
But
Dominion
Tank Police is also Masamune Nishiro.
It was it's really fucking like. After one episode, I'm like, fuck, this is probably my anime of the year. God damn it.
It's very strong production wise as well, in a way that it might be the best looking Science Saru show. I'm trying to think of like what some other contenders
looked good for most of it. This definitely has
Izukan is like very like striking moments, but I feel like Heike also, if we want to count like the Tommy Time Machine Blues, is probably also worth a mention. You know, that's like a 6-episode thing. But if this can look like this like throughout its runtime and not really have like any sort of like production fall off, it's definitely going to be one of the craziest looking shows of the year, certainly. Because like it's, if you are someone that like complains or like is remorseful about the lack of anime that have that retro feel to them, I mean, it's like, here you go. This is probably the best you're gonna get, realistically speaking.
Just like, I don't know, put a fucking filter on it. I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, you could. Oh, yeah, no, you could. Oh god, those
The
fucking
retro
anime,
filter.
like, yeah, like the anime aesthetic accounts on Twitter are just gonna start farming this, especially when it starts getting into like the more like existential subject. Which it's worth pointing out, by the way, it's not like the original Ghost in the Shell manga is just a pure slapstick comedy. A lot of the stuff from like that Mamoru Oshii was pulling from. Was putting into the 1995 movie is stuff that is still from the manga. It's not like the manga doesn't deal with like any sorts of like existential issues or anything like that.
Right. Well, I mean, this is gonna adapt the Puppet Master arc that's in the movie too. Like we see from the posters, like the fucking Puppet Master's in the poster. I don't know if that's gonna be like the arc of the series, like if that's gonna be the whole 12 episodes, or if that's just gonna be like a 3-episode stint in the show or whatever. But
because I'm trying to remember, I haven't read the manga in full, but I don't think like the Puppet Master stuff is like, because it's not a long manga either. I don't know why I haven't read it in full. Probably just this is. I actually did see it at a bookstore the other day, so maybe I should just go and pick it up. Although, have you ever tried reading the Ghost in the Shell manga, Mumi?
I've read some of it.
So you know the problem. You know, there's a big problem with the Ghost in the Shell manga.
How if you buy it, they took out the best part.
Oh, the lesbian sex, which is in the. We haven't watched episode 2, by the way, but they did put the lesbian boat sex scene in the show. So,
hell yeah.
But no, the manga, it was maybe in reprints they fixed this, but it was originally published in English like left to right.
Oh, it was a reverse thing.
Yeah, which my fucking like weeaboo brain rot makes that's impossible for me to read now.
I mean, if you're reading it online, they just use one page per thing anyway. Usually, they probably just fixed it. I imagine it was released. Actually, I think the release I saw was right to left. So yeah, fans just fixed it. So
okay, I'll have to go to the Crunchyroll store and buy a copy and have it shipped to me.
But yeah, this was really good. I'm looking forward to it. If it's just falls off, I don't know. I'll be sad, I guess. I don't know.
I'll be sad.
I don't know what to say about it. Like it looked fucking visually really good. There was like an interesting they were talking about the first bit with the cherry blossoms that almost like acts as like an interesting sort of bookend to Standalone Complex. The Standalone Complex ends on a scene very similar to that. So it acts as like an interesting sort of parallel to that. I love the Tachikoma, like how they're animated in this. They are using some CGI, but like there is a lot of like 2D with it, which is nice, and they're very expressive.
And I think, and this is probably a turn off for a lot of people across every Ghost in the Shell entry, is that it does get very into the weeds in terms of like the technical jargon and all like these like political factions and police factions and all this stuff going on. And it moves through it very, very quickly and does not really give you a ton of exposition to like, you know, just stop and explain stuff to you. Yeah. It's just kind of like, nope, we're just going to roll with this. And that might be a barrier to entry for some people. I feel like I've kind of become adjusted to it. Especially, you know, like rewatching,
I don't even notice it because, like, I watched Standalone Complex so much, and then I'm a fan. Like, I like the movies and stuff, so it's like the stuff they're talking about, techno jargon, I basically can just contextually figure out because I already know most of the stuff they're talking about.
Yeah, it's like I understand like the general world and setting of Ghost in the Shell.
Honestly, the worst part of this episode, the first episode at least, was the first. Like what 10-20 seconds where they just
where it has like text on screen.
And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Amazon fucked the subtitles, and it's like impossible to read because they don't have like on-screen subtitles, but there's a lot of text on screen, so it's just regular subtitles that are just going by very quickly and you can't fucking read it.
I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's. I guess I don't know. I guess that's not maybe a problem with the show itself, but
that's no, because like the text is on screen in Japanese for like a readable amount of time, but the English subtitles were not good for that at all.
That's why we like typesetting.
Amazon, I don't think
did
Amazon
KAMUI
Prime
do the release of Coast of Shell?
Yes, they are. Yeah, KAMUI are doing fan subs because I don't think Amazon Prime's like video player allows for any sort of like elaborate typesetting or anything like that. It's basically just text on bottom, text on top. There you go. But yeah, at least as of the first episode, this is my favorite anime of the season. It might not be. There are a couple other things that I think could potentially overtake it. We'll get to those in a bit, but
skimming through the KAMUI
episode,
release, they do have proper typesetting. It's not just
thank
text
God.
as a subtitle.
I mean, it's a fucking KAMUI release. Of course it would.
So I don't know. We'll have to watch the KAMUI release and see if they fucking put some random shit in there somewhere.
Yeah. But yeah. I don't.
Not
think
much
we really
to say about this one, honestly. Unfortunately,
no. It's just very, very good.
It was just very, very good.
It's really well made.
Fortunately or unfortunately,
I guess. Fortunately, I would have been very disappointed if
I mean, like, we can't say anything about it. Fortunately or unfortunately.
Oh yeah. But this is not the only show Science Saru is doing this season. They're also doing Jaadugar, so. Which is also like, I think that's also doing fairly well. So kind of a crazy season for Science Saru to have two very popular anime airing in the same season.
Yeah.
I have not seen the first episode of Jaadugar, unfortunately.
Fucking anime podcast LARPer. Jesus.
I'll get to it.
It looks fucking good.
What did you think of it? Yeah.
It doesn't. Production wise, I guess it's not quite as good as Ghost of the Shell as far as like the movement and sheer like scope of detail and stuff, but like visually it's the storybook kind of like design. I might like it more. I don't know. Like it doesn't look quite as good as a production, but it does look good as an like possibly better as an aesthetic, I should say, if that makes any sense to anybody. But it is an interesting watch since we've been watching Marco Polo. I'm glad that Marco Polo got subbed leading up to this.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, because it's I know the general premise of the story is like it's a girl during like the Mongolian invasion of Persia that then basically gets taken back to Mongolia. And does she serve in Genghis Khan's court? Like, did she meet the Khan?
No, she does not. Well, as of right now, in episode 3, she has not met the Khan, but she has met the mother of Kublai Khan, I believe. Like, she is
so
she's with she's working with the mother of the wife of the son of Genghis. Not specifically with Genghis Khan himself.
Interesting. Also, it's worth mentioning that this is a Josei manga adaptation, so it's also kind of a crazy year for Josei adaptations as well. Not only because we get two very good ones. This feels like a show that is very good for a studio like Science Saru to adapt, because like Science Saru has always had like they've always worked with like very distinct styles, especially because it was Masaki Wasa's like studio for the longest time, basically up until 2021, basically.
Yeah, now he's off doing his own thing. He's having fun.
Now he made a new studio. Is making a new movie.
He's like the Mappa guy or whatever who made M2.
Maruyama, Masao Maruyama. Yeah, kinda. Which I guess when I initially heard that he was leaving the studio, and then that I believe Toho bought Science Saru, I had reservations. In terms of like, is the studio just gonna go downhill now? Yeah, Toho bought them out. Is it going to totally like strip the studio of its identity? But it feels like they've maintained a very good balance in terms of adapting commercially viable stuff, and then also doing something like a Jaadugar as well. Because obviously, I mean, Ghost in the Shell, I think they probably saw that and then thought it has a pretty good chance of being successful. But there's a little bit of risk there. Dawn to Dawn, super popular Shonen Jump manga, not much to worry about there. But stuff like Jaadugar, it's like, okay, that's like a left field kind of thing. So I'm interested in seeing how it pans out. I'm interested in
director wise, they have Yamada, they got Gongoria, they got Gongora, and they got like Moko-chan over there. Like he's basically Yuasa's sort of disciple in a sense, I guess.
Kenichi Yoshida did the character designs for the show, which I've been seeing a lot of very funny fan art of people doing like crossovers between like this and like Overman King Gainer, probably Eureka 7 as well, because like this other stuff that he's done character designs for. But these the character design work here is it definitely feels different from like his like work on like Gundam and stuff, or like he worked on Orbital Children. He definitely has like a stacked like production staff, to say the least.
Yeah, or at least they have access to. The thing with like studios, it's hard to tell like who's actually like a studio guy and who is kind of just contracted.
I'm pretty sure Kenichi Yoshida is like freelance, just because he's been like all over the place and so. Although this is like the first, I guess, this is the first thing he's worked on since,
Orbital Children.
The Deer King. He did key animation on the Deer King, and then Orbital Children. So he's probably, I guess, has just been working on this in the meantime, essentially. So
well, with how anime production is, he might have done this like ages ago, and he's done like 2 or 3 other things since then that we just aren't going to see for another year or so.
Couple years or years.
Yeah.
But do you have anything you want to say necessarily about like the story or anything?
I really like where it's going. I was kind of not super sure. It kind of, it almost like, I had reservations or personal hangups because I'm like, oh no, this isn't going to become like another Orb situation for me, is it? Like in the first episode.
It is like the most recommended, Orb is the most recommended show for this one. So
regardless, it does not feel that way.
Okay.
Apparently they had like a whole staff of like people that they brought on just to make sure it was like culturally accurate.
That's good. That's something I can always like really like appreciate about a work, especially something that's like set in like a distant like time period, like in the past and like a different place. Is that attention to detail is always very welcomed.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. There's not really a lot for me to say as of right now. Like it's not, it's one of those where it's not really in my wheelhouse of stuff that I just immediately can draw from. But I feel like there's probably going to be a point where the story just like resonates with me enough that I'll just go read up on stuff that interests me, and then I'll be able to read up and learn more about it. That's typically what happens.
I guess on the topic of going from like a historical josei manga adaptation, we could talk about a historical shoujo manga adaptation.
The Red River.
Sora
wa akai kawa no hotori.
Yeah. The English title is very different, seemingly, from the Japanese title.
Yeah, I read the Japanese. I'm like, what? Okay.
Sora wa akai kawa no hotori.
There's no sky in Red River, but
no, yeah. This pretty good.
It was interesting.
I guess we should maybe explain it a little bit. It's about a Japanese girl who gets literally physically pulled back in time to the Bronze Age.
She's pulled into the water
Asia
of
Minor,
the soup of primordial soup.
She's pulled back to the Hittite Empire during the I think it was like the Middle Bronze Age or something like that. They mentioned King Tut, which is how we can like date specifically
that was
when
the
show takes place.
Do you think that they specifically named King Tut because he actually was alive in the specific time period that they wanted to write a story in, or do you think they just chose King Tut because he's the only leader anyone would recognize?
Both. He is like the most. He has the most brand recognition of any, like, outside of, no, even more so than like Hammurabi, and Hammurabi would be like too early for this. He has the most brand recognition for any leader like alive at the time of the Hittite Empire. So It's a good way of communicating that information. But I am interested in this because it's the Bronze Age and the Hittite Empire, and that's just fucking cool to me. We need more anime set in the Bronze Age, okay? We need more stories set in the Bronze Age in general, not like that are actually set in the Bronze Age too. Not this hack fraud shit like Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. not this Iron Age revisionist bullshit.
I don't know what all I've seen is like weird like screenshots where I'm like, I don't know if that's historically maybe. I feel like I'm gonna say that like very like matter of factly, like that's not historically accurate, and some fucking guy's just gonna come out and be, they have uncovered historical artifacts that show that thing actually did literally exist. So I'm like, you have to just sandbag everything now. We're like, it doesn't seem accurate. Maybe maybe they didn't have a fucking computer on the ship of the Odyssey, actually had the fucking machine that no one. It's like, okay, fucking, I don't know. Just there were aliens. They built the pyramids. Who fucking cares? So, yeah, this show, it was.
Yes.
It was like the character designs remind me a lot of Glass Mask, which I thought was interesting. Because the manga doesn't really look like Glass Mask mangaka. No, it's not the Glass Mask. It's not the Glass Mask character designer for the anime either, but it does look a lot like the 2005 like character designs for Glass Mask.
Interesting.
But I liked that the element. All I could think of when they did the thing where she's like getting pulled into the water. All I'm thinking of is fucking Inuyasha, where I'm like, we're doing that thing, huh? It's just where she gets pulled by the fucking like centipede demon.
Yeah, did this come up before Inuyasha or after Inuyasha? This is 95, so this would be after? When did Inuyasha start?
Inuyasha, I think, was 95? 96.
96, okay, so this is like a little bit before Inuyasha. There we go. Rumiko Takahashi is confirmed to be a hack, ladies and gentlemen.
November of 96, not even close.
Yeah. But I'm interested in seeing this because it is, like, much like Jaadugar, it is such like a different setting, not just for anime, but like stories in general. Not a lot of stuff is set during the Hittite Empire, despite being like one of like the major factions of like the Bronze Age, like Near East. Not really the what people think of. People think of like Egypt and Mesopotamia.
Yeah.
Or like the fucking Mycenaeans or who were the people on Crete? Fuck.
The Cretans?
No, they weren't called the Cretans. God damn it. Fucking blanking on this. How embarrassing. The Minoans.
Thank God you remembered.
Yeah, thank God.
Don't want to look like fucking history LARPers on this anime podcast.
Cannot believe it. So I am interested in seeing that, and it'd be fun to like kind of like pick apart to see like attire wise and like architecture wise, like how accurate all this stuff is as well. I'd imagine being like a manga adaptation from like the 90s, when this information was not necessarily easily accessible on the internet. It will do a earnest try, at least. It will not be egregiously wrong.
Because like everyone talks about like isekai for women. Back isekai used to be, none of this is isekai for one. This is all
this is time travel. This is very much time travel.
Same with fucking Inuyasha. Though Escaflowne is another world. It's not time travel. I do want to read into like I guess what was going on, I guess, in the 90s where like you got so many of these kind of stories where it's like girl gets fucking transported into history, or like why that was a thing, because like I understand why from an isekai perspective, because I've read into it as far as like the socioeconomic fucking factors and all that or whatever. But I think a lot of it is probably it's probably building off the logic of like a magical girl kind of thing. And I've talked about this in the past, and I won't get into my full spiel of it, but it does feel like it's working with like a sort of similar logic in terms of like coming of age and liminal spaces and all that stuff. Yeah. No, I mean,
but now the liminal space is the Hittite Empire, like the 14th century BCE.
It's always hard to like try to like read that shit anyway from episode ones and to begin with. So
Right.
Once we're like, this is very, like a few episodes in, and probably be a little bit more obvious. We're like, I see what they're going for now.
I am. Needless to say, that I am firmly on board, even if only because of the setting. Granted, it was also good besides the setting, but I don't necessarily have a ton to say about like the characters or even necessarily where the story is headed.
It's more of a curiosity for me. Like I like some shoujo stuff. This is not necessarily the kind of shoujo that I'm like that resonates with me, I guess, in the sense of like I'm like, oh, I'm on board for this. There are a couple this season that are closer to that, but this is like a curiosity where I was like, I want to watch it because I'm like, oh, this is interesting, this is cool. Not so much because I'm like, oh, I'm really gonna like this. Like I'm giving it the opportunity for me to like it, but it's just kind of like, I'm interested.
What we should do? Mm-hmm. You know what we should do? We should watch the mangaka's other two anime adaptations because they're both OVAs.
Yeah, they're both. That was interesting. I pointed that out. I was like, it's weird that the last anime adaptation she got was 1989, I think it was.
Yeah.
And that was when she only had like 4 things, and she's done like 16 since then.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck?
She's been publishing manga since, yeah.
And like the most recent thing she did was like only ended in like 2022 or 2024.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like the most recent like went on for a while, like 10, 15 years or something.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm seeing and in 2024, which is also it takes place in the 16th century. Alexander was captured by slave traders in Ukraine during one of their many. Okay. Does this manga just do like a lot of historical manga? Because this also sounds awesome.
It sounds like a banger.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
What are we?
This is not going to be. The worst thing about this is it's definitely not going to be an adaptation, like a complete adaptation.
No, yeah, the manga is very long.
It is.
Also, it does not necessarily like
long.
look. It also does not look like super visually impressive. It looks good enough.
Yeah, that's kind of always the unfortunate thing about like shoujo josei adaptations is they generally don't get the same treatment that they don't get that same rub fucking shonen schlock does.
Unless it's Jaadugar and even I would even say
we're against brigading and emailing fucking just random Crunchyroll CEOs, but you know there might be some emails on the GoHands website. You might can get them to some show.
There is no GoHands website.
There is probably find a GoHands contact.
No, they don't have no social media either. I don't know how you contact them, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Right, send a letter and tell them you want them to adapt your favorite shoujo manga. I'm sure there's some people that think I'm like setting a curse on some franchise.
No, that'd be funny.
No, I don't want.
What's
GoHands adapt my anime.
Was Tokyo Babylon? That was Clamp? I don't know if that was a shoujo manga though.
That would have been interesting. I wish that didn't get canceled.
That's now completely lost media. What do we want to talk about next? We
can talk about
several dozen shows left.
Chainsmoker Cat.
True. I watched the first episode of that today. Do you now? Okay.
I totally forgot that you weren't there when we watched it. I've been talking about this shit. I guess since I only have the first episode to go off of, I can succinctly describe my impression of the show as this reminds me a lot of Cat Soup. Okay. That's a good that's a decent. I was curious where you were gonna like land on it. Because my initial impression when I watched it, I didn't get the Cat Soup part. I did get there with the second episode.
Okay.
But my initial thing with the first episode was it reminded me a lot of Nia Under 7.
I can also see that as well. This was a lot more disgusting than Nia Under 7.
True. Where I eventually arrived after episode 2 is this is Nia Under 7 if instead of Yoshitoshi Abe it was written by Nekojiro and then it was adapted by Tsurumaki.
Yeah, I can definitely see the Tsurumaki in terms of like the music choices for sure.
Like the smoking shots, like remind me a lot of like the stuff he was doing. The humor,
which I think I was kind of like teetering back and forth on it a little bit watching the first episode because like I like irreverent humor, but it's not necessarily like if that's all it has, it's not necessarily
that is not all
huge
it has.
sell for me.
That is not all.
Oh yeah, because especially when you get to like the end of the first episode, because like the first episode itself, it almost is structured like a Yonkama adaptation where you just kind of have these like individual bits of her just kind of going about her day, kind of being a menace to society.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. And then you get to like the ending bit, and it kind of does this a little bit more like wistful, earnest kind of thing, and it's like, okay, this seems promising in terms of like it's of how it's going to handle this subject matter.
Okay, so
it's not going to be like completely brain rotted and just like all complete shit post.
I'm curious if you picked up on this at all.
Okay.
Because I picked up on this because I picked up on Nia Under 7, I immediately picked up on this. Did you pick up on the systemic and social prejudice that they had against the Beast People of the show?
That is literally the only thing I've seen people talking about with this show. What the fuck are you? This is like, yeah, that's not a hidden thing. Guys, top 10 things you noticed in Chain Smoking Cat.
That is not really like, so it's like people are not talking about like the actual like fucking like they are talking about like the fucking temp worker stuff. It's like, oh yeah, they got the, like that was like part of like,
I mean, she goes and she's like, for some reason got hired to clean this vase, I guess. I don't know how the fuck this job came about for her, but like the lady there at the house is just like super racist towards her. And I was thinking, because I was already like aware of this discourse, like, and keeping that in the back of my mind, the vase itself has like cat ears. And I wonder if that's like, if I might be reading too much into it.
Where she's like,
yeah, like a colonial
that's a national treasure. Well, we haven't. Okay, I haven't looked into the manga or whatever, but like,
okay,
you start off and you see the first shot with like the big tower in the background that kind of almost looks like a scratching post or something, and then you get that shot that's like referencing the Midsummer shot in the OP that it looks like they're by that tower. Which is like them doing the like ceremony with the bonfire and stuff. So I don't know if they're gonna go with the Ainu direction where it's like the beast folk in the show are kind of like indigenous people that were there and displaced by the humans, or they're gonna go like the alien route or like a something that came later route, you know,
or even not give us any lore.
They have not gone into like, they haven't gone into that details.
Which I would also be fine with not necessarily giving like a backstory or anything like that. If just like, it gives you enough information that you can kind of glean the general idea. But I don't necessarily know if I want the Nekopara cat girl history, which I guess Nekopara is probably also an interesting point of comparison because from what I understand, the Nekopara visual novel gets a lot more into like the social dynamics of the cat girl shit.
Oh, it's like a megaverse or something?
Something like that. Yeah, there's like some weird shit going on. I should read the visual novel at some point. It seems very wonderful.
So,
but I did not notice the tower in the background in the first episode.
Oh yeah, that was like the first, like that was immediately why I started thinking of Nia Under 7 because that just reminded me of the fucking UFO. And I'm like,
yeah. Interesting. It's very like it is very like in the background and not very like there's not a ton of attention being drawn to it.
No. So did you? Because I don't know how you engage with stuff specifically as far as in Japanese. Did you notice the accent masking that her sister was doing?
Yes.
Okay. We're like,
yeah. Well, I mean, it's obvious when she is like when they are conversing back and forth because the main girl has a fucking compromised cat girl voice. The
exaggerated cat. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like she slips like the reason why I say masking specifically because like it could have just been like she just has that voice and her sister doesn't, you know.
No,
but it
definitely come across as like a code switching thing, and I would imagine that we're going to get
Well, you get it in the first episode. You got it where her helmet comes off, and then when she's flustered, she's like slips the whole like accent dialect or whatever slips out as she's like flustered.
And her helmet comes off. And she's like, "Oh hell nah!"
Yeah, that happens more in episode 2. There's a lot more like microaggressions that happen in episode 2. Specifically with her sister, where like one of her friends is like, "You don't act very beastie." And her other friend's like, "You should act more cat-like." It's like, oh, this is just like, you don't act very Asian. You should try doing more black. You don't act like, it's just like very obvious.
I'm sorry. Is the politically correct term urban now? I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anyone.
There's a good bit. You haven't seen this part of the episode yet, but there's a good bit for the viewers listening at home. This is for you, and Psy's just gonna get spoiled on it. But there's a good bit at the end of the second episode where they go to the city hall for her to get like her friend to get a last name, and they're like, "Oh, she doesn't have a last name because both of her parents were beast folk, and I guess beast folk don't have like last names or family register or something." And so she goes there to get a last name, and she's like, "Oh, she used to get points taken off her test because she didn't have a last name on her paperwork or whatever, so she get 5 points taken off." And then she makes her last name, and the joke is like, because it's a character that's very I don't know what you would call this type of person, but it's like a needy girl overdose LARPer like idol kind of character where they're like trying to be very cutesy. So she writes, she wants to make her name is Hameko. And she wants to make her name Easygoing Angel with a asterisk in between easygoing and angel. And then the joke is like she turns it in, and the people were like, "Oh, I don't know what this is. What is this? I don't know what this is supposed to be. You can't really put symbols in there. Is that supposed to be like a butthole?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, these beast folk like to put weird names. I guess we could transcribe that as like anus or
that's."
Or
that's also like a very not the anus thing specifically, but that is like a very like indigenous kind of thing. At least here in like the U.S., where it's like. Well, a lot of Native American groups do not have writing systems.
It is an allusion to that, but what's really funny is like to explain the joke. I'm not an expert in Japanese by any means, but so the part of the joke is like all the characters' names are very on the nose. So like Yaniko is smoking cat girl or whatever. Like they all end in ko because they're Nekos or whatever. So Imako is the Emoto cat. Yaniko is a smoking cat. The other girl's name is a reference to hard drugs. Hameko is like a reference to being like a slut or like sexual reference. And so when she puts her name as Hameko Easygoing asterisk Angel, they're being kind of pedantic and like asshole-ish because they're like, "Oh, I don't know what that is," because it's not 5 stars, 5 lines like an asterisk, it's 6. And so it's like, "Oh, is that a butthole?" And they're like, "Oh, they like," because her name is a sexual innuendo thing. And so like, is that a butt? Because they're reading it as like slutty, easygoing butthole angel or something. And so they write her name instead of the asterisk, they put anal. But that whole scene seemed like an allusion to the fucking family registry system in Japan. Because like, for anyone that's not aware, you go and fucking the family registry system in Japan is basically like your ID. Like you have to have proof of your family registry and like all that shit when you do stuff to like get a car or apartment, sign a contract for internet, stuff like that. So if you don't have that
historically been like a tool for discrimination as well in terms of Ainu people,
it can't
people of Korean descent.
This is not like a major like institutional like fucking like thing means for them to like discriminate against people, but it does make it harder for a lot of groups, including those groups, including Gaijin, including anyone that might just happen to like fall by the wayside for whatever reason. It's it's not like it's like a Jim Crow law. Like I don't want to like paint it as if this is like something that they instituted to like specifically bother people, but it is like a bothersome bureaucratic hurdle that people have to go through a lot. And then people, I forget the term, but the people basically kind of like just fall by the wayside a lot because of it. But it just seemed like a very obvious on nose allusion to that. There's a good bit. Even outside of that, like if you don't want to read into all the fucking like, you know, subtext or whatever the themes or whatever we're talking about, the humor itself is actually still pretty good, like well written. There's like a whole bit.
The main girl's really hot.
Main girl's really hot. No, I don't want to imagine the smell. I mean, well, that there's like an interesting thing there in terms of she's very disgusting, but everyone emphasizes how unclean she is. But you look at like her nails and stuff, and her teeth look fine. Like, no, they don't. She does not visually look dirty. No, they don't. They zoomed in on her teeth in episode 1. You don't remember? She like blows a smoke, and you just literally see her yellow teeth.
I remember seeing like the yellow smoke. I don't remember seeing yellow teeth.
If you got the episode pulled up, just go skim to the part where she is like walking around all happy. She goes blows smoke in the fucking a landlord's face. It shows like an inside of her mouth shot, and you just see how like fucking gross and stained her teeth are. But yeah, the jokes are surprisingly pretty like pointed. Like there's a nice level of irony to it. Like there's a bit in the second episode where they're sitting there talking about how she's like, oh, it's not time for me to get a job. I'm just free. You know, I'm living a free life. And her friend is like, oh, you're so cool. Yeah, you're just like a cloud. And she immediately like deflates that scene in the following scene where she's like banging on her door at like 3 a.m. like, I need a job. I run out of smokes. And it's like, yeah, your lifestyle, you were just a slave to fucking your addictions. It's
yeah.
It's just very, very poignant. And it's a fun show.
I also like how like it portrays her addiction as like being ultimately a symptom of like deeper seated issues.
Yeah.
Which I'll be curious like how much they get into that as well later on. I also like the little bit of like the backstory that we got for the landlord guy who's hung like a horse.
He's got a fucking like third leg. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a very subtle boner too. Like I didn't see it initially, and I was like, wait a minute, what the fuck is that?
Oh, there's a funny bit in episode 2 where they keep referencing like illicit drugs, and they're like, oh, this is a cigarette, right? And she's like, yes. And I it works in the scene, but I like watching it a second time, I was sitting there like, are they doing this because they don't want to get censored? Like, is this like a censorship thing?
Like it's like a meta thing?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe, but like I know that like I believe this is airing on Netflix, and then they explicitly advertised the Netflix version as having like it's the uncensored one. Like that was like a selling point essentially. So they may not be showing a character shooting up heroin on Japanese TV. That might be a bridge too far over this.
No, it's fine because she says it's vitamins or whatever, a vaccine immediately after that. Oh, they do establish they live in a beast ward specifically, like it's specifically for beast folk.
Mm-hmm.
You might not pick that up if you're just watching the episode because it's in Japanese, but the letter they get that has like their medication, it says on there like in Japanese that it's like a beast is it Aichigawa that they're in? It's Nyamigawa or something like that. I forget exactly what they call it, but it is like specifically a ward for beast folk. And so they are establishing this sort of like systemic like prejudice and like all this stuff against like the beast, which is interesting. I feel like that'll be a fun show to follow week to week.
Yeah, like I said, it reminds me a lot of Cat Soup in terms of Cat Soup is like completely nihilistic. There is like no sincerity or goodwill at all. At least in like the manga and like the TV anime. The OVA is a bit of a different story.
Yeah, no, this is where it gets really cynical. It's just like and gross.
Yeah, but Cat Soup is very very much also like an unflinching kind of look at like poverty and like generational trauma, and then it also just gets really anti-Semitic at points. It's fucking weird, and it is the most mean-spirited manga and anime ever. And that's why I love it. This has like elements of that, but it is a little bit more tempered. I would actually, if anything, it's almost closer to like Always Sunny would also be like a good point of comparison as well, especially with how much she is just a fucking terror to everyone in her life.
She's like a well-meaning like idiot. Like I actually did not pick up. I thought like that initial scene where she pours the shit on her landlord, I thought she did that on purpose. Like I don't know if that was just me. Like I thought she was like doing that on purpose because she like didn't like him or whatever, and then she like goes to like stage the thing to be like, I didn't know, right? But like going back, I was like, oh no, she just is a fucking idiot. She just didn't even notice.
Yeah,
she's like actually confused and like, the rent's due. What?
Also, I can't get over the fact. Yeah, no, she is like hot as shit. I could fix her. All right.
I don't think you can.
That's
we're
something
supposed
to spay our cats anyway.
Right.
Is it ethical to spay cat girls? You think? Oh God! Is the show is that gonna be a topic the show covers? Is there gonna be like a sterilization episode?
I don't want to speculate. I feel like going down that rabbit hole is a mistake. Like when it brings it up, it'll be interesting to talk about. But I feel like just speculating is just asking for trouble.
That is asking.
I want to say something, but I feel like I should best keep my mouth.
Also, the show overall looks really good as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. Surprisingly, like who's this studio? What was the last thing they did? I forget off the top of my head.
Biberi Animation Studios. They did Witch Watch. They did 100 Girlfriends. Did they do Gochius? Like Magical Destroyers?
Yeah, I did not necessarily.
They do pretty consistent work.
They do good stuff, like visual production wise. Like Witch Watch looked good for the most part. I mean, it was 2 core, so it kind of
it's a little bit more flat looking.
Yeah.
100 Girlfriends has some good moments to it.
But
this looks overall really good, though.
I would not expect this sort of work out of that studio, I should say.
Yeah.
And it's airing the same
especially
time as 100 Girlfriends Season 3, too.
That's true, yeah.
I hope 100 Girlfriends Season 3 looks like shit for Yani.
No,
I hope they all look good the whole way through. I hope everyone's dreams come true.
No, how nice. How nice.
Speaking of dreams coming true, I don't know, we can move to the sleeper hit of the season, I guess. Draw This and Then Die.
Oh, I was gonna say Thunder 3, but that also works.
No, I think
speaking of racism, Thunder 3.
Speaking of racism,
but no, yeah, Draw This Then Die is pretty nice.
Oh, it's interesting because like we just watched the second episode about an hour or two ago, whatever. They kind of tackle her. The whole thing is like her making a manga herself to make the club. Like her fucking teacher's like, I guess reining it back for for anyone that hasn't watched the show, because there are probably people that are listening to this that are getting our first impressions before I go into the episode 2 shit. So this show is about like a girl who grew up reading a manga. She got really attached to this very specific manga, and it became like a very foundational aspect of her life where she almost like imagined essentially like a tulpa.
Illness.
Yeah, she developed a mental illness, developed a tulpa, DISD, to create the Tanuki character from this manga as her tulpa. And the Tanuki character is supposed to be like indicative of like, manga kind of influencing your life for the better, in a very on the nose, not subtle sort of way, where this character kind of sits on her shoulder and is like, hey, what would the manga protagonist do in this situation? And so it helps her really open up and become more of an outgoing person and connect with people much better. And so it's about her manga getting becoming a very integral part of her life in helping her incorporate into school and social activities and open up as a person. And then she's kind of being challenged by a teacher who's like, oh, you shouldn't read manga, you're too young for or too old for manga, you should stop wasting your time. And then the twist at the end of the episode is that teacher is actually the person that wrote the manga that she loves. What a twist.
Yes. What a twist. Definitely did not see that one coming from a mile away. Definitely was not the most obvious thing ever. But what's interesting to me is that she does this by going to a doujin convention, and it's not Kamiket. It takes place at Tokyo Big Sight, but it's Komatiya, which is
a real thing.
A doujin event. Yeah, it's a doujin event specifically oriented around original works. So for anyone who thinks that like, oh, doujin is just, oh, it's like fan art and stuff, riddle me that one, fuckers. How does Komatiya fit into that? And it sets up a very obvious dynamic that I'm curious to see how it's developed over the course of the show, where the teacher character is very kind of tsundere in a sense, both in regards to the main character and manga as a whole. And it's going to be the main character's love and passion of manga that will then reignite the spark in the teacher's life, in her creativity and whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like she's got those smoldering ashes inside her. She just needs a new spark to reignite her passion.
Yeah, it has a nice like sentimental feeling to it that I quite like, without necessarily being like super like over the top with it.
But the show, I think the thing that best summarizes the show for me is in the second episode. The teacher's like, okay, I'll be your guide advisor for your manga club or whatever if you draw me a manga. And so the main girl, who looks weirdly like Yuki Yuna. I don't know.
I kept seeing that. I feel like I keep seeing like different manga characters, different like anime characters in the main character. Like but I can't quite place it. She looks familiar. I just don't know what from.
I just keep thinking she looks like Yuki Yuna, and then she's got like the little fucking tanuki piece of shit that kind of looks like her fairy Yuki. That's what his name was in Yuki Yuna. I mean, he didn't actually look like that, but you know what I mean. So she's tasked to make this manga, and the whole thing is like, oh, she's not going to make it because it's going to be too hard. And then she ends up making it, and the teacher reads it, and it is the biggest piece of dog shit.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense. The art is,
it doesn't look
ass.
The art, although the art is actually better than I would have expected it to be. Like, it still has like a sense of like perspective and space.
It does a little bit. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, it looks technically bad in the sense of like they probably like fucking grabbed a pencil by like fisting it and like drew it the weirdest way possible.
It looks professionally bad.
Yeah, there's an artistic sensibility to it. But so the teacher reads this manga and is moved to tears by just like the pure love kind of in display in the manga, because it looks like shit. It makes no sense, but there's such like an earnest, genuine passion for this craft that is kind of on display of like, you know, it's just utilizing these tropes of things that she loves and kind of remixing it into a story, just trying her best to like emulate the thing that she loves, that it moves her. And I appreciate that scene because I feel like I have encountered that, like, not necessarily like looking at something that looks like shit specifically, but there have been times like Daikon 4 for me is very similar to that, where it's just like a pure expression of like a love of a craft and our passion that, like, despite it
has
not
soul,
it is full of soul. So like, despite it not necessarily being like an objective, like there's no story, the character development's not like, despite it not having all of these elements, like the fact that it is just so earnest moves me in a way that is hard to explain. And And I feel like that is kind of on display here, where it's like just her raw love of like appreciation of manga, even though she does not have a maybe not necessarily appreciation for the craft of manga yet. She doesn't necessarily display this like desire to be a mangaka and like researched ways to be a storyteller in the field of manga. There's still like a love and on display for consuming manga that is just apparent to someone that's reading it. So I feel like I really resonate with that, because this show kind of, I feel like, is summarized by that for me. It's not that it's a bad show, like a bad looking show or bad constructed show, but it's kind of more eclipsed by the kind of earnestness that is being captured in the story over the technical sides of it, right? This is not the Ghost in the Shell or World is Dancing or Jaadugar production wise. This is not like on that level, or Mushoku Tensei.
No.
This looks good. This is not like, you're not going to look at it and be like, wow, this looks like shit. But it's not going to like, you're not going to put this on a production list. Unless like something happens later and like, it just goes fucking crazy. You're probably not going to put this on like your top 10 best looking anime of summer of 2026 or whatever. This is just like a fine production. And the story itself is not like necessarily fantastic. Like, it's not like super deep or anything like that, but there's a resonance there in capturing the sort of love of the medium, right? Like her passion and her imagining this manga character, and then like the teacher recognizing that in her. Like that kind of core element resonates with me to a point where I'm like all on board on this show. This is like in my top 5 of the season, just based on like that sort of core element, even though there are better shows that I have underneath it as far as like production and animation and writing wise, like as far as like maybe individual characters, stuff like that. Like the core of this show is just so in my wheelhouse, I guess, and resonates with me, where I'm just like, fuck, this is my shit. Like this is what I'm looking forward to, is more shit like this.
Talking about stuff in our wheelhouse, stuff that we feel like appeals to us very, very much, to a point that it was like, even if there's stuff that may be technically better than it, we just like it so much.
Just
really high up for
drop the
us.
fucking KAMUI title drop. All right, I get it.
I was actually talking about the Dodgeball show. This
the
season.
Dodgeball. Yeah. That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Yeah. What the fuck is the name of this show? It's like
Danko.
Danko, Flaming Dodgeball Girl Danko. This show it feels like it's just something that should have come out 10, 20 years ago, and they just recently unearthed it and are now airing it on TV for the first time.
Yeah, I did steal that tweet, and then, or I didn't steal a tweet. I stole someone's comment in here and then made it a tweet.
Oh yeah. As I also do very often as well.
Listen, if you don't post on Twitter, it's fair game. You know, if you're just saying it in a fucking voice call.
What else is our Discord server good for?
What are you good for? Post in the comments below if you're the Discord server what you're good for.
But no, this show is awesome. It's an adaptation of manga that is a sequel to a sports manga from the late 80s that ran until 1995 and got an anime adaptation that ran from 91 to 92. And I don't know who asked for this, who knows. I don't even know if the manga is super popular. The show looks, like I said, it looks anachronistic. It looks like it's from the late 2000s.
Oh no, we watched this.
Awesome.
I watched this in 4x3. We are streaming this every week in 4x3. Honestly, we went back to fucking widescreen and like the 16:9 aspect ratio, and it looked worse. I was like, this does not look right.
It looked like it lost something, yeah. But you know, this show is like it's basically just pure unrefined fun. It reminds me a lot tonally of Puniru, in terms of it has like this very just kind of breakneck, almost brain rot kind of energy to it, and just unabashed silly positivity.
I can see it a little bit.
And like everything is so heightened, like everything, and like the main character is the daughter of the main character of the original manga, who I guess is now dead. I guess
it would be a funny bit if he's just not dead and he just like
they are going to introduce a character that is wearing a mask, and it's like he's gonna be like an older guy, and like, yeah, that's clearly her father.
This does have a lot of like writing sensibilities from like a 90s 2000s sort of era manga.
Writing sensibilities and like just character wise, like there's the friend character with the glasses who has like a panty shot in every scene. Like when they introduce her, they just show her panties for some reason. Very, very much feels like a product of a bygone era, much like the Ghost in the Shell. It feels like it's a product of a bygone era.
Listen, when they say you can't make anime like these anymore, they're not watching fucking Dodgeball Danko.
And the Ghost in the Shell, two shows that deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence together. But I think for me, when I realized I was fully on board with this show is in the second half of the first episode, where they introduce the green haired girl with like the bee drones, and she's in this dodge. Yeah, and she's in this showdown with the main character, and the main character is like. She's initially like, because they're trying to recruit people to join their dodgeball club. So her friends are like, yeah, don't throw it like super hard so we can actually get this girl to join our club.
Well, they're like up on a balancing beam. So
they're also up on a balancing beam.
Don't throw it full force because you're going to fucking kill her. Like, she's like 20 feet in the air. Like, this is not safe.
And then her father appears in her mind and is like, always do everything with 100%. Never hold back.
She's just like, okay, Dad! And she's immediately tries to throw this bitch.
But then the drone girl gets one of her drones. She only has like one drone left, and she gets it to like stop the ball. It's like trying as hard as it can. It's this little like hornet drone, and I'm like, yes.
It's like, yes, it's like shooting off the after boosters to try to slow this fucking ball down.
It is so fucking hype. I was from that moment forward, I was like, this is the greatest anime ever made.
It's so stupid. I love it. It's stupid for all the right reasons.
Yeah.
For all the anime, they're just stupid. This one is like weaponizing its stupidity for fun.
They introduce a character that I believe is American because her name is Susan Cannon. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. She's literally just introduced with like an ass shot because she has like this like skimpy like track wear, and you just get like a close up of her ass initially.
As you do with this, foreigner characters, you know.
Of course, there is the pink haired tentacle girl who also just is wearing like a sleeveless sweater.
She's like a fucking Inca. What do they call them? The Inca kids or whatever
from like Splatoon or whatever.
Yeah, she
something like that.
Like she's got like she's not like a tentacle. She just literally has like octopus tentacles in her hair or something.
She kind of looks like the one girl from Punuru, honestly.
Mommy.
Yeah.
I can kind of see it.
But no, yeah, this show is fucking energy. Awesome. Listen, all right. When people talk about fucking solo leveling being hype moments in Aura, they were fucking dropped in their head as babies. All right, their mother were fucking.
Listen, we get that you're the fucking Kanikuman fucking jerk off.
This is real hype moments in Aura. All right, not this fake shit. All right, this is what it's all about.
So there's your recommendation. If you agree with Psy, you like Nikuman, you should love Dodge Danko.
Absolutely.
If your taste is closer to mine, I like the show. It's like top 20-ish for me. Make of that what you will.
like the four. Those are the top 50. It's like the top half, basically.
The top half of the season.
Yeah. That narrows it down quite a bit. Yeah, no, this show is awesome. Speaking of awesome, World is Dancing is awesome.
Oh, yeah. That's a weird transition. Honestly, like totally.
Yeah,
We just went from the fucking stupid, funny dodgeball show to fucking.
Well, we've seen the first two episodes. We've seen the first two episodes of World is Dancing, and I guess the best way to explain this is to give our thoughts on the first episode initially, which is I liked it quite a bit. I thought the dance sequence at the end of the episode was absolutely gorgeous, probably one of the best cuts of animation of the year. But I was just kind of like, okay, this will just be kind of. It reminded me a lot of Elusive Samurai. Partially because of the time period, also just overall looks aesthetically kind of similar. It was like, okay, this will just be kind of like a fun show about the joys of dancing. Awesome, cool. And then the second episode rolled around. I'm like, oh no, this is like Hunter x Hunter but with dancing. Oh fuck.
So for context, I guess this is a historical work. I'm pretty sure he's based on, or if not, just a real person who is the person that found No, right? Like the
No Theater. Okay.
No Theater. I've not done. Listen, we've watched like 40 shows in the last 2 weeks. It's hard to research every single thing. All right, give me some slack. But
no, yeah,
it's based on like No Theater, like the founding of No, I should say. So. I think they're going with like the sort of like you have to be kind of unhinged, a little bit unhinged to create something spectacular and unique kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it is very uncanny how similar to Elusive Samurai this kind of is.
Visually, yeah. Like the
visually, the character
both...
is very simple. Like the Elusive Samurai character is also kind of a fucking sociopath. Like,
this is also true.
Like, you're just like, oh.
Not that the main character of this is like a psychopath by any means, but he has
he's kind of. I mean, he's young.
He has like I said, I compared him to Gon. He has a very like childish kind of view of the world, and that ends up coming back to bite him in the second episode, which I think for both of us was kind of the moment where we were like, oh, I did not expect this show to go in this direction.
Yeah,
all right,
it was one of those where it's like you start
now.
The first episode. And you're like, this is pretty good. You're enjoying it. You know,
I'm sure this is going to be like a really wonderful visual treat for all these dance sequences.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. And then you get to the climax of the episode, and you just shut the fuck up. You're like, fuck. Okay.
Damn.
That was crazy, but you know that's the first episode. That was a really
crazy dance sequence.
That's the first episode. You know, maybe they just blew their. I don't know what they're gonna do. Yeah, they just front load the first episode, and then you watch the second episode, and you're like, this is where we're going with it. Okay, well, fuck.
It's like we're getting more of these dance sequences for sure because the dancing in the second episode was also phenomenal, and then it's also like,
not quite on the same level, to be fair.
Not quite on the same level, obviously, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean,
but it is still like definitely something you can marvel at for sure. And then also just like the way that they handle the main character and how he deals with this situation, and how he kind of like processes his feelings and his like relationship with his father and stuff. It's like, okay, I did not expect this show to be like this good writing wise.
Yeah, because he's a child, right? Like he's
right,
a literal child, so he acts like a child. So the thing in the second episode that's kind of like so psychopathic almost is he's
Are we just gonna spoil it?
I mean, I don't have
I guess it is the second episode.
Yeah, I won't spoil necessarily the full scope of it, but
okay.
Because you don't necessarily have to for the to talk about it. But he's learning dance from someone, and they they're kind of confused because like the way they're engaging with dancing is they're not on the same wavelength, both of them. And they so the Oniyasha, the main character, sees this character dancing and is able to, like, from just seeing them dance, is able to then incorporate their sort of a way approach to movement into his dancing, and
because
is kind of learning through osmosis in that way.
Because the main character is the son of his father is basically like the head of this theater troupe, but he does not necessarily have like the ability to like dance properly, like in this kind of like more classical style for this theater troupe. But this woman that he basically just kind of stumbles upon in living in this shack in the woods one day is like dancing in this like crazy, like wild style, which is like the whole like big animation set piece. At the end of the first episode, and is really inspired by that. And it's like he's like, I want to know how I can dance like that.
Well, so the thing he kind of ties together is like she's, since she is living in squalor, essentially.
Yeah.
He's like, I have nothing, and she literally has nothing, but she is able to express herself in this dance. And so clearly to be able to express yourself in this way, you have to have nothing. That is like his mentality that he forms because he's a fucking stupid child, right? So
because he is a dumb fucking kid.
There's a part where the dad like pays her because he recognizes like he's been going and sneaking off and like kind of learning from her, and he's like, well, she's been teaching my son, so I need to give her
compensate her recompense.
That's what I was like, what the fuck? Compensate her for performing for my son. You need to be paid for performing, and that's like a lesson he's trying to instill in his son, even if it's not necessarily like a direct, like he's not going to him saying that, but it's like he figures he's going to pick up on it, right? And so his son sees her out in public and is she's
like buying like Danko or something,
buying food,
and like the person
like
the person at the restaurant is like, hey, we'll give you some more Danko if you do a little dance for us. And she just kind of almost like just like
she's not taking it seriously. She's just
just does like a little jig.
And the kid is like traumatized.
He's like, you ruined her.
She cannot have anything. Like her dance is beautiful because she has nothing. And
like you took that away from her by paying her.
So he
very, very selfish way of looking at it.
Very narrow purview where it's like, oh no, she can't have anything because she has to be able to express herself or whatever. And it's like, that's such an interesting direction to take. Like, I just did not expect the show to go that direction.
Right. And to have your main character have like this very like overt, but at the same time very believable kind of flaw, and how like they end up like handling and like depicting that in that second episode is very strong. A lot of very interesting faces he makes in that second episode.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of like nice visual, like detailed shots of like his face and like the expression. It reminds me a little bit of Aaron from last season.
I can see that a little bit.
Well, it's just like the artist, like talented thing that's very common in this stuff, where a lot of these like figures and characters that they put in shows generally have a problem connecting with people, and they like are just so absorbed in like the craft that they're trying to create or learn or whatever, that's the only way they're able to connect with others. And so there then causes conflict because they are not able to connect in ways that are more intuitive to other people, where it's like, of course you're supposed to fucking pay the lady who's fucking helping you learn to dance. Like, why are you just letting her fucking suffer? The fuck?
But he definitely reminded me of Gon from Hunter x Hunter in terms of how he has like these like sets of convictions and beliefs and views of the world, but is also not mature enough to like think about them or handle those views like being full, challenged.
Work through the full like scope of and like repercussions and
and the way he like reacts to stuff as a result of that ends up being very, very immature as a result.
Right. Like it's just lashing out.
But
I After the first episode of Ghost Shell, I'm like, this is probably my anime of the year. This is, if there's anything that could be better than it, this is definitely gunning for it. This is not.
Yes.
This is not a season where it's like Pluto and everything else.
There's gonna be a little bit more of a race here, which I guess it's. I mean, this happened because this is Psy Games, and I feel like this also happened with.
They're side pick now.
So,
I
guess they are. They are literally like they don't even have like. They're just a completely different studio on AniList, I guess. So you can't even go back and look at what they've done in the past. But I feel like we had this situation as well when Apocalypse Hotel was coming out, right?
What was Apocalypse Hotel?
Because that was
G-Clux Shoshimin.
Yeah, I feel like that was also like a season where it's like, damn, there's like a lot in like competition here. It feels like.
I mean, last season had a lot of competition. Like,
it's
I
true.
love fucking deep on Sengoku, but Awajima and Atelier and fucking Botan are not far off.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. We've had some banger seasons, except fall 2025. Fuck that fucking season.
Can we get someone? Can we like evenly distribute these a little bit more so we're not watching like 20 plus things in a season, please? For once, Jesus Christ.
I mean, we didn't watch a lot fall 2025, so maybe. I mean, fall 2026 already does not look great, so maybe we'll get a break.
Maybe, but there's still some good stuff coming out next season as well. I can't believe it. This season has just started. We're already talking about next season. What is wrong with us?
We're not even halfway through this season.
Let's see. What else do we want to talk about? We've got Sparks of Tomorrow. I feel like either the original creator of this or the director, someone on the production staff, fucking read the anime machine, and because those ideas are just all over the first episode of Sparks of Tomorrow. It's kind of insane.
Never made that tweet. That would have gone. That would have been.
I can still make the goddamn tweet.
You got to make it. This looks good. The whole time I was watching it, I'm just thinking like this looks like Kabaneri the Iron Fortress.
I was thinking more along the lines of it's crazy that there are so many good anime, visually good anime coming out now. Even just in the season with like Ghost in the Shell, World is Dancing, I put like Goodbye Lara in there as well. Like so many great looking shows this season. And Kyoto Animation is still untouchable in that regard, production wise. Like they just cannot be beat. It was like that also last year with City, where it's just like, yeah, no, they're just in a league of their own, like in terms of like animation production.
That's probably a weird thing to say to follow up what I said about it looking like a Wit Studio production. But I do agree with you.
Well, it's because it's like a mix of like the steampunk setting and the way that they kind of like handle like the shading of the character. I can see the
gradient, the gradient specifically on like the characters that they put on there.
Right. But like just some like whether that be like the characters just completely deforming in weird humorous ways, just doing bizarre cartoon stuff in this first episode.
That was kind of the weirdest part. Was like. It felt it didn't necessarily feel copiosthetic to like what they were doing.
Yes and no. I think it makes sense if I am correct in assuming that this is going to be a show about animation and the development of animation, which is how it comes across. Mm-hmm. To go back to like the anime machine stuff, it very the first shot of this show is literally just a train coming towards the camera. So where you have this kind of like ballistic motion. They're doing a lot with like the different layers of the shot, very like Disney-esque almost in terms of how like they're handling different layers being closer or farther away to a camera and depth of field, things like that. Very sort of overt attention being given to these elements of animation and the compositing of the shots that Thomas Lamar talks a lot about in the Anime Machine, and to then tie that into to like connect like the turn of the century aspect with like the trains and all this stuff, the visual language of the show, and then it seems like the show is going to be about the development of early animation and kind of connecting all those things together. I think will be very interesting. So I would say that while some of the silly character stuff, especially with like the villainous character with like the white hair who just acts like a complete fucking joker, is a fucking just doing all sorts of weird shit.
Still haven't figured out if he was the one that was there. Still could be like sorry, in the beginning, the first scene, there's like the guy with like
the opening scene of the show,
eyes covered. Yeah, with he could, because they do have the same color eyes, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Or he could just be the cousin
fucking wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. In either case, though, the weird animation stuff also feels kind of like tying in with that as well, where it's like bringing in these different animation techniques as well.
Yeah.
To kind of like tie it all together.
That would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense, like aesthetically, to bring that in there.
But this is not among, like, this might be like towards the bottom of my top 10 for the season. Yeah, I have it like number 8 right now, which is also just kind of a testament to how strong this season is, that this show is like not even in my top 5.
It's not mine either. It's at number 6, though. I do have it higher than you.
Okay. But I am interested in seeing where it goes, because the conceit of the show is basically they live in a world of that is seemingly like steam power is the monopoly. And it's about the development of electricity is seems to be the more or less the idea. But the way they go about that in the first episode is they have this device rigged up towards the end of the episode where it's a light, and then these different images are being moved across the light in sequence, which is that's just early animation. Yeah. I forget what the exact is it a praxinoscope or something like that? I forget what the exact term is. So if it's going to be kind of like tying in electricity in with like the development of animation, I think that would be very, very interesting. In terms of like what the show is doing on that kind of like thematic level. Character-wise, I think it'll also be fun, but I don't necessarily have a ton to say about that at the moment.
What interests me, whenever we do these steampunk shows, it seems like there's like a tendency to like do the alt history thing. Like it's not just like enough.
This is not really doing that.
It is a little bit, because they have like
a little bit.
Who was it? The references is like Thomas Edison and there's Nikola Tesla and Benjamin Franklin. Is that what it was? Those two? But it's like their universe's version of them. Where they're like Mikola or something. Like,
oh yeah.
So they are specifically doing an alt history thing in this.
But it's not like super over. Like they're still in like Japan in the Meiji era.
Right. Well,
or like even like with like steampunk stuff, they will do it in like complete. Kind of, but it's like also with steampunk stuff.
It's all history, kind of similar to like Hero War Chronicles. If you remember, like, you watched that with us, didn't you?
Maybe. I don't ring any bells. I was gonna say that like steampunk stories are usually set in like completely different worlds a lot of the time as well. Generally,
like Kabaneri is like a completely different world. It's not like a alt history, but like. You get like this, and then you get like that Hero War Chronicles, which is very explicitly like an alt history thing, where like each episode they're going, because it's all mechanical steamwork gear stuff as opposed to electricity and that or whatever. And so it's kind of explaining like, oh, this is how you would fit in this giant mechanical doll into this history, and they kind of like do like a interesting twist on some historical thing where they're like, this guy went and did this, but actually he did it with a mechanical doll and you just didn't know. Like it's that kind of thing. I feel like that there's an interesting inclination to do the alt history thing when it's like steampunk specifically, in a way that you don't necessarily see with other things. And I guess that's just like the fascination, or like the I guess fascination. I guess that's the fascination with like the idea of like, oh, we could have had steampunk shit instead of electronic shit or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess that's where all that stems from, but it's just an interesting trend in storytelling.
Another interesting point I would like to make, by the way, is that this show is also what that fucking Love Through a Prism show should have looked like. It is very, very fucking dirty and gross, and there's like mud and stuff everywhere. This is what this time period should fucking look like.
I do. Visually, I do really like it. Like they're like not specifically aesthetically, but I mean, character design wise, I really like the show. Like I really like the fucking. Yeah. She has the boots with the fucking like kimono thing. Like that's that's always a good aesthetic. But there was some really good shots in this, like just shot composition wise. Animation wise, it was consistently good, but there wasn't like a standout like Sakuga moment from what I remember.
No, there's nothing like the dancing sequence of episode 1 of World is Dancing.
Mind you, just because something didn't stand out like that, it's still of a higher level of animation than most things during the majority of the fucking runtime.
Yeah, I would say overall on average, this is like the best looking show of the season, just in terms of like what the overall episode looks like.
I don't know if I'm quite there, but I'm not far from you. I do like the other, like the Science Saru stuff I think is good. This is up there though, visually. I'll be interested to see where this actually goes, because I have like no idea.
Well, this is also part of this is like part of like, it's like Violet Evergarden, where KyoAni has like their own publishing house or whatever.
Like
so this is like a light. Yeah. So this is also one of those. If I understand this correctly.
Don't tell me that.
No.
Don't tell me that.
If you at the very least, I think that this will be thematically interesting. If it is going to be about animation. If it's not going to be about animation, it'll still probably be interesting.
We'll see. No, it should be interesting.
We shall see. What else do we want to talk about?
Well, we talked about my top 6 and number 8. We haven't talked about the Circus one, which is my 7th favorite this season.
That's your 7th? That's a number 12 for me. It's pretty good. I did not pick up that it was a period piece at first.
You didn't?
No, I wasn't really thinking about that because like the character designs. So for context, this is a show about a girl joining the circus, but it's not Shoujo Sabaki.
That's a terrible sell. Like I don't even know where you go. Like what? All right.
It's about this. You'd probably be better at explaining it. Honestly, go ahead. If you have it higher up than me.
It's about a girl who grew up in the circus, but she grew up in like her dad is like an elite fucking acrobatic or part of an elite circus that like everyone looks up to or whatever. And she's grown up around it and like training in it, but she hates it. So she's like Yawara, you know. She's what is with like the reluctant like genius trope in like sports and performance stuff. That's it's
just an easy kind of thing to write. You know, it gives you a pretty clear conflict to work with.
I guess it seems. I don't know. It seems weird. I feel like I need to read into that too. But anyway, so she grew up in that. She's trying to run away from home and like get out of the circus life. And her dad's like, "Oh, go here." She ends up going to a second circus, and she's essentially been sold off. Not literally, like it's not human trafficking, but like her dad's like, "Oh, maybe you can go work off my debt with them."
Yeah. It's like it was a debt thing.
Yeah.
It basically gets locked into a contract. But I did not pick up that this is like a period piece set in the 50s or 60s, I think, because the character designs feel very, very contemporary. So I was just kind of like looking at the character designs, not necessarily looking at like, oh, they're using like old rotary phones. Like no one has a smartphone or anything like that.
Well, they do have like a big fucking bus.
Yeah, but I was also just kind of thinking like, oh, it's just an old bus.
Just an old bus.
It's just an old buzz.
Maybe this is showing my age because like I didn't initially think it was like super old.
But this is our is this the only original that we're watching this season? I think it might be.
Because we watched the first episode of Baby as Dust and it was ass.
Oh, unfortunate.
Unfortunately. I'm not gonna talk about that, but it's just a worst version of Bubble.
Yeah.
That's my
this is just a worse version of Kuchubaranko.
There's only one episode they do stuff in a circus in Kuchubaranko, right? Or
I think it's like a recurring. It's like the first episode, like the guy is from the circus, but then he just keeps fucking around with like the trapeze set.
But then like there's like characters that go to the circuit, like it kind of enters.
Yeah.
I remember now.
But that is also like when we say circus, by the way, they're like a trapeze troupe, essentially. Maybe not all of them, but like that is like the main focus.
They're a performance. They're not like a Barnum and Bailey type circus.
Yeah.
They're not doing the clowns coming out of fucking
bearded
shit.
ladies and like little people or anything like that.
It's just like juggling, and then you got the trapeze act, like the balancing ball stuff. Like it's like a physical performance as opposed to the whatever the fuck those were. Folk shit.
But I like the overall group dynamic that they established. It's a fairly large cast, so it'll be a matter also of how they develop each of them. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 characters and principal characters in total, I think.
There's a lot of them. I don't know how many of them are going to get fleshed out. I keep seeing people compare this to like Kaleido Star.
I haven't seen Kaleido Star.
It is also about trapeze acts, but she is not a reluctant genius character in that she is someone who wants to join the circus and then just has a penchant for being a trapeze act. So that is why people were comparing the two, because they're about seemingly be both about trapeze. Someone was saying that they thought Kaleido Star looked better. I don't see it.
The show looks pretty good.
Yeah, the show, like, fluidity and like animation wise is better. Maybe you can prefer that aesthetic because, you know, Kaleido Star from today's lens would have soul. I don't know if it necessarily looks like super unique at the time, but it does look like it has soul now, whereas like this is very contemporary looking.
Yes, and comparing this to what is airing now, it is one of the better looking shows of the season.
It does look pretty good. I don't know. It's A1 Pictures and Sidekick.
I don't know what the fuck Sidekick is, but A1 Pictures does pretty good work. Like
an internal label by A1 Pictures, given to younger creators.
Sure. Hey, you know what? If they're doing stuff like this and just having them do original stuff, I'm all for it, honestly. I also saw
they are also doing the Sword Art Online movie, so they're not doing original stuff.
I mean, okay. That's interesting because isn't that Sword Art Online movie, that new Sword Art Online movie is being directed by Shingo Adachi, so.
Is it the same one? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He's like Unk or something, as the kids say. Character designs for something called Wasted Chef.
I think most directors are just Unk. I don't know if there's that's a specifically notable thing with Adachi.
Oh yeah, I guess also the director of this is Unk. He's been working since 1992, so his first credit is on Oishinbo, episode 116.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good start.
Pretty good start, yeah. Are you a big fan of Oishinbo, episode 116?
116? I haven't got that far.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm on episode
when you get
70-ish.
there, then you'll keep your eyes peeled for like one key animation cut, I guess, that he would have worked on.
I'm gonna fucking blitz straight to that episode just so I can see that cut.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a ton to say about this beyond I like the overall look. I think the character designs are very cute, even if they, again, feel very anachronistic. Usually when you have like a show that is like set in like the late 50s into the early 60s, I was thinking more along the lines of like Up on Poppy Hill or something.
I guess it does have those elements. Like, it should be more obvious, I feel like.
It does.
She does have to go to like the convenience store, corner store, to like make phone calls.
And you see there, yeah. But it just like in terms of like the way they're dressed or like their hairstyles and stuff does not feel super time period accurate.
Yeah, I mean, you could just, they are poor, so you could just read like them having like a bath they have to fucking heat themselves as just them being poor kind of thing.
Yeah,
I can see why you would maybe not necessarily put it together immediately.
But
yeah, I don't know if there's much to say thematically or anything. It's just like the first episode is just like, we're doing the circus thing, and it looks like it might be
an original anime. We have to watch it.
We have to watch it. This is the only original anime that seems like it might be worth watching, because maybe it does fucking sucked. We have to fucking, this has to be good. This has to be good, or it's all over. It's all fucking.
I guess it's not the only original. There's also the new Bang Dream airing this season.
I guess that is technically fucking Mal doesn't
original.
count that as an original. It's so stupid.
Does it not?
No, it's a game, because it's adapted from a Bang. Like, Bang Dream is a game property, so it's it's so fucking stupid. I liked the first episode of this more than I thought I would. I liked it more. Like, it seemed like it was more promising than Maigo for me. Didn't even watch Abimuju. I kind of lost interest in the first episode. I was like, no. But the second episode kind of seems like it's drifting more into the Maigo camp, where I'm slowly losing interest. It's like, I feel like each episode, if they're just going to keep doing the Maigo thing with this, because like initially I thought this was going to be like,
what do you mean by Maigo? I haven't fucking seen Maigo. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
For the uninitiated, Bang Dream, this is Yume Mita.
Yes.
This is really nothing to do with the other seasons. This is like its
own. That's why I was like interested in this one,
because that's how Bang Dream works. This will connect to the other seasons, but they're not going to be. This is not like a sequel. You can watch this on its own.
Yeah. Like, I tried watching the first episode of Abe Mujika, and I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
You can't. I mean, I guess you could with that, but you're not really supposed to.
Yeah.
But this is specifically like its own thing. It's like, okay, this is its own continuity, whatever. So it starts off with like some crazy fucking gaudy ass VR shit, which is kind of cool. It was interesting. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm kind of here for this, you know?
Yeah.
So it looked like it was gonna be more kind of fun, kind of more interesting in that way. They formed it's like almost like a VR band, I guess. So they formed this band.
Yeah.
They're all VTuber, V idols or whatever fuck. Doing this in VR chat. Which I guess incorporates the CG, though it would make more sense, I guess, if they did a juxtaposition where like their CG characters were only CG in VR and then they were like 2D in real life.
Like the Hosoda thing, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't expect them to necessarily do that. That's not their thing.
Not everything can be like Code Lyoko.
So they formed this band and hijinks ensue. That's the long and short of it. The Maigo thing I'm referring to is Maigo was very much focused on the sort of interpersonal dramas of the members of the band, where they didn't do a lot of music specifically.
Okay.
It was just about like them trying to practice, period, essentially. They're like, we need to form a band, and it's like, I don't want to form a band because I have trauma, and it's I'm just summarizing it, so if it sounds like I'm being reductive, I am being reductive, but I can't sit here and talk about the nuances without just turning into a fucking long ass podcast as it already is. So to be short, it's like, you know, each episode is them kind of dealing with some hang up or whatever, like to get them into practice, or like to get them to do reconcile with another person in the band, and like they're just basically just getting to the starting line, essentially. It is not like necessarily like a band show in the sense of like each episode. It's not like an Aikatsu or an idol show or something where each episode they're going to play a performance or something. So it's focused on that aspect of it. And a lot of the kind of undercurrent of Maigo was like how everyone puts on these like facades or this masks or whatever. It became much more of a thing in Ave Majuka. obviously because of their whole shtick
They wear masks.
They wear masks.
Yeah.
But that was stemming from the stuff that was happening in My Go, where My Go is like, you have these characters that are trying to kind of become a certain perceived sort of individual. And so they are kind of faking it till they make it sort of thing. You have characters that are trying, or basically like suppressing what they really feel, or like what they're trying to do, or to like manipulate people, or like just try to get along with other people. And so it's all about them kind of like all these kind of people's internal hangups and stuff kind of coming into a head, and them having to kind of work out what's stopping them from working together as like a cohesive unit. And this very much seems like it's going to do the same thing. The first episode just kind of was like fun off the wall stuff, so it didn't really.
I mean, I was already kind of getting that in the first episode, is the thing.
A little, like, you do get the thing with, like, you get it with her in her other school, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was going to necessarily like turn into a thing that's going to stop people from do the like the interpersonal drama in the band kind of thing, right? That does show that they're going to do some character work, which is fine. It's not like I'm against like them doing character development in that sense. It's just, I don't know. For me, like I wasn't the big, like I liked My Go okay. It was, I'm not the biggest fan of it. And if this is going to do more of the same, I'm not super interested.
See, like my hang up, I have not seen My Go. I've not seen Avi past the first episode of it. But my like main hang up with those two anime is that the people who like those anime are fucking annoying. Most fucking obnoxious.
You just refused to watch it because people liked it so much. Meanwhile, I watched it.
I don't want some. Listen, all right. I'm sure My Go and Avi are great shows, and you don't got a bitch yapping in your ear about all the esoteric lore like it's fucking Undertale. All right.
Listen, I'm not an asshole. So like, if someone recommends me stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh, I love this. This is amazing," I'm like, "Okay, I'll check it out." I'm an asshole in the sense though that I'll be like, "Yeah, I don't get it."
I'm an asshole in the sense of like, explain to me what you liked about this, like a normal you are a functioning person, all right? Use your words and don't just like scream characters at me and say peak, all right?
I will say
you are.
This does have on My Go. I didn't really care that much about the characters in My Go. The one I cared about most was the one that everyone likes. Let me fucking pull up her name.
I like the characters in this so far. I like that the main girl is.
This does have that.
The main girl is just Yapatron 5000, and I like how it's like how that is worked into her character psychology. Where she will just fucking just start yapping your goddamn ear off, but she is aware that can be a problem and is trying to hold her tongue. And I like how that comes up in different ways. And then the second episode was about the keyboard girl, who is just like spreading herself too thin. And then they also have a little bit of the guitar streamer girl, who doesn't really seem to have any sort of issues. I assume she's going to get like raped or something. I was just knowing how these like
please.
Yeah.
Don't. But
I don't know.
I liked the characters in this more on a base level. Like I wasn't a big fan of the characters in My Go. I did like I mean everyone likes fucking Tamori in My Go. So
is that the main girl?
That is not the main girl. The main girl is technically Anon.
Okay.
She's the one that she's like the fan favorite because like she has like a whole episode where it's like from her point of view, and it's like a whole episode about her being kind of basically on the spectrum. I don't know if they necessarily explicitly say she's autistic or anything.
Okay, but it's like a Curio fan club thing.
No, I mean it's
similar. Like it's not like overtly stated, but
right. Imagine like Naoki Yamada directing a POV episode where it's just like a girl collecting rocks and stuff. And that's the episode everyone likes about My Go, which I do like that episode. Okay. It's a good episode. That was a good utilization of the CG for Bang Dream. I'm not the biggest fan of the CG of Bang Dream generally, I do think that's probably part of the issue for me, honestly. Not a huge issue. I don't think my opinion would have drastically differed, but I did watch My Go after I watched Girls Band Cry, which I did think was technically better.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll like this as much as Girls Band. I will say that this show also looks visually better than what I've seen of My Go and Ave Mujica.
It does look, to me at least, it look better. I don't know about Ave Majuka specifically, because we only watched the first episode, but like there's a similar sort of modus of operandi for the movement, like as far as like how they approach like the character movement, but it is
but the way everything is like rendered out looks way better.
It's rendered out better. It's more fluid. They do have a better utilization of like 2D when they're kind of doing like the more expressive bits for like Arale specifically. So there's really interesting stuff going on, and I do like the characters more, so I am willing to continue on, even though like it's just for me, like I'm like, oh, if we're just gonna do this again, listen, I'm less interested. I'm fine with them doing the character drama stuff instead of playing music, because I'm probably not gonna like the music anyway. I mean, fair. I mean, I'm not saying do it instead of music necessarily. It's more like the approach of how they did the drama is less interesting to me, I think. Like, I think that's my main hang up. I mean, because I like the drama in Girls Band Cry, like the drama, how they approach that. Yeah. I feel like this has a good balance so far in terms of how it's kind of balancing out the drama with the comedy and the lighter elements and kind of like weaving them together. That like, at least what I saw of like Ave Mujica, I was like, oh, okay, this is just laying it on thick from jump. All right, never mind. Yeah, Ave Majuka's Majuka. No, it's Ave Majuka. You know, I don't. Yeah, I didn't even fucking bother watching that one. So. No. I think it's just generally Bang Dream is just not in my wheelhouse. It's just put it at that. Maybe it is in mine, and I've just been, turned off by fucking miserable, annoying ass fan base. Who knows? Who knows? Psy, do you know what is in my wheelhouse? What? The Kaiju girl. That's in my wheelhouse. I watched the first episode of that. I thought it was very cute. It is very cute. I don't know if I feel like I must have mentioned it. We've done over 100 episodes, literally hundreds of hours of recording at this point. I feel like I must have mentioned I literally grew up with Godzilla shit as a kid tonight. Like that was like my favorite. King Kong versus Godzilla was my fucking favorite movie when I was a child. Like I still have my is it Imperial Godzilla, like the fucking big ass, the Godzilla they had on Roseanne. I still have that fucking figure that I had as a kid that it fought my dog and lost, but so it's battle damage from my fucking old lab chow mix I had. I grew up loving like Godzilla shit. You tell me like I grew up with Godzilla shit in the 90s. The only thing I'm thinking of is the Roland Emmerich film. Well, I mean, I did go watch that. I did buy the figures for that, but like, no, I am talking about like Godzilla, like the proper actual Godzilla stuff, and not a fucking ripoff of Jurassic Park. No, it's not like I grew up and only watched that. Like I did enjoy that as a kid because I'm a fucking child, and it's just. Yeah, it's a Godzilla. Giant fucking lizard. That's awesome. But yeah, it was awesome. They had fucking baby Godzillas and eggs coming out. And oh fuck, that'd be cool. They did the thing from Jurassic Park. Yeah, like that. You're fucking listen. When you're like 6 years old, that goes hard as shit. Like who doesn't like Matthew Broderick? Maybe the people he murdered in Ireland, but that's another matter. Yeah, no. So I say all that. Because I would not consider myself like a kaiju otaku or anything. Like it's not like this is me coming out as like, oh, actually I'm like a super huge kaiju fan. I'm actually as big like I've chosen my lane and I've min-maxed into anime. All right, I have seen a lot of Godzilla stuff. I have seen most of the movies, probably not all of them. There's probably a couple I missed, but I did have like figures as a kid. Like I still have like I found a card I have in a binder that I got with an old, I want to say it was an Imperial figure again. Like an old Godzilla, like posable thing. It had like a little playing card with it. I still had that from like 1994. Like, I was like, how the fuck did this survive me being like a fucking toddler? The fuck?
It was like tearing shit up. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even have a lot. I have a lot of shit that I don't have that long, but this is kind of like in my wheelhouse as like a love letter to kaiju stuff in an interesting way. Like obviously the premise of it is like, she's a kaiju girl hatched from an egg. She has a condition where she gets too close to people. She can turn, like, her body parts turn into kaiju. She has to like maintain her emotions and be centered or whatever. And a boy kind of starts getting close to her and takes an interest in her. And so she starts having issues maintaining that centering, you know? And so at the end of the first episode, the boy holds her hand and she goes into overdrive and turns into off-brand Heartzilla, I guess is the best way to describe that.
Yeah,
like it's Godzilla, but with hearts.
Also, way more horns, like everywhere.
She's very horny. Well, I mean, Godzilla has the spikes, but yeah,
but she's like way spikier. She's like spikes all over.
Godzilla has spikes all over, but like he does. I think the specific difference is like this kaiju has wings and like horns on the top of their head. Like 4 horns, I think it is. But Godzilla has a lot of spikes. But hey, regardless, ends with that.
I'm not a kaiju otaku. Listen, Ari, Godzilla has a lot of spikes.
Godzilla has a lot of spikes. All right.
I'll have you know.
I would know. Have you ever had that fucking giant ass Imperial figure land on your fucking foot before? That shit fucking hurt. You don't know how many fucking spikes that bitch has. It fucking breaks your goddamn toe. But yeah, so very obviously you put together for the first episode, it's like, oh, this is like a fucking allegory for puberty. Yeah. Very thinly veiled, you know? Second episode is very much less thinly veiled. Like it is literally just it is like the whole conceit of that episode. Her mother
sits her down and has the talk.
Yeah. No, she not to go into everything, but not to spoil it, but she does sit out from PE with her coat, her jacket tied around her waist because she's on her. I mean, she grew out a tail, you know. You know, it's very clever. It's very thinly veiled. You'll definitely have a hard. But no, so we watched the first episode, and I'm like, oh, that was fun. You know, I liked it. Yeah. It was very kind of self-contained in a way, not necessarily like literally self-contained, but like it was set up in a way where I was kind of like, that's cool. I don't really know where you go from here, so I don't know if I'm excited for what direction we're going in, or if it's just gonna fall off. Like if it's gonna be like a Snowball Earth situation where it's like the first episode was fun, I liked it, and then the second episode just sucked. I mean, it could be that. But no, the second episode I can confidently say is a improvement over the first episode even, and introduces some pretty fun elements for them to kind of go in and like a direction they can go in. I made a joke because they introduced this one girl's just on screen for a second, and someone was like, "Oh, is that just gonna be another kaiju girl?" I was like, "Oh, that's the Mothra girl. She's gonna be the knockoff Mothra." And then later in the episode, it's like, "Oh fuck, I was right. I was not right. I was not right." But like the way that they like reveal, I was like, oh fuck, don't tell me she's actually a Mothra girl. But she does like dress up. There's a very fun kind of like reference where she's like dressing up like Mothra or whatever. Her butler, she has like butlers that are like twins, which is tied to like Mothra.
Yeah.
Because Mothra has to be summoned through the twin ceremony or whatever.
And she's like the caretaker or whatever.
Yeah, but she's like a kaiju otaku girl that's being introduced in the show, and so we're getting more layers to kind of like have fun with in the show, and I'm like, Damn it, this is a fun show. I'm having fun with fucking Wanamote meets Kaiju number 8. Fucking knockoff Walmart, Godzilla, Roland Emmerich, whatever. Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of moments where I'm like, is that like a reference to X? Because like in the first episode, at first and second episode, I'm like, was her like appearing in the canal a reference to Shin Godzilla coming through the canal? Like, I feel like there's gonna be a lot of that going on. So
yeah,
that'll be fun. And the characters are cute.
Yeah, I quite like the show overall. You said more or less everything that I wanted to say.
Good. That was a mouthful. If you had anything else to say, I'd be like, damn. I don't remember there being that much of the show, but you know, go off, Key.
What do I want to talk about next?
Iron Wok Jan?
Yeah.
We did just watch that earlier.
Yeah.
It's gonna sound like we watched like a million things all like just like in the last couple hours because of how we're doing this, but we did just watch that earlier.
Yeah.
It kind of had me with the first episode where I'm like, this is pretty cool. I like this. We just watched the second episode. I'm like kind of all on board. I'm like, this fucking fucks, dude.
I think
awesome.
this is definitely something that appeals to you more than it does to me. I like the show overall, but it is also kind of like over the top in a way that I'm also like I don't get as much out of it as you do.
Over the top as in, like the competitive element or like the element
both the insane competitive element and also the insane cooking element. Evidently, according to people who've read the manga, it's going to get even like more like absurd as the story goes on.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Like even like in the first episode where he's doing like the double walk stuff, I'm watching that and going, I mean, that's kind of silly, but I could see that like someone's still doing that at some point, even though like walks are like relatively heavy, so you need to like, but it's within the realm of like possibility. Evidently it just goes out the window as the story goes along. Do we want to describe what it is though? Because it's a very interesting premise, because it's not just a cooking
you kind of just
show.
want to describe it as like battle shonen cooking, but it's not even necessarily that.
It's not just a cooking anime, guys. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe. It's based on Iron Chef.
Yeah,
like the success of Iron Chef in Japan. This got greenlit because of that.
It's interesting because it's a cooking anime with the energy of a sports anime, but it's about Chinese food.
Seemingly.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's going to be about that the whole time.
Always about Chinese food, but it's Japanese characters cooking Chinese food, and I think in the first episode, is the guy the main character? Or is the girl the main character? I guess they're deuteragonists.
I think he's the main character, but then she's like kind of the secondary main character.
Yeah, they're a good like foil for one another because she's fairly normal and he is a crazy person.
A little bit.
But in the first episode, he is literally like the Akiyamas. He's like he's referring to his family. The Akiyamas are kings of the Chinese, and I'm like, I don't think you
can just claim the mandate of heaven like that.
I don't know if you as a Japanese person are allowed to say that.
That's a bit problematic.
It's a bit problem. I'm just imagining though, like the entire time, like the whole show, and like, just what if at the end of the show, it's just like a random fucking like old woman from like Sichuan province just comes in and just starts cooking and just blows both of them out of the water. It's like
just like your average,
average
person.
She just rolls up and she's just like, "Fuck, you all know about this shit." But it is.
I do like this. It feels like an interesting transition work between like an Oishinbo and like a Food Wars, because Food Wars very much took inspiration from this.
Yeah, I can see that.
But this is not necessarily. It didn't feel like it's quite on the level of Food Wars. Like it does feel like it still has a more like grounded appreciation of the culinary arts, like Oishinbo does, while kind of ramping up the intensity of it to like 11. You know.
Yeah, there's a good balance there, and I think what's also interesting about it is that there are a lot of adaptations this season of older manga. Obviously, Ghost in the Shell, Red River. Actually, those might be the only two. In any case, with Wok Jan being an adaptation of an older manga, what makes it interesting is that it is explicitly acknowledging that this is an older manga that is being adapted.
That is just like straight up being incorporated into the fabric of the anime.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucking awesome.
Like the way the first episode ends and how they kind of like hype this up. It's like, oh, this legendary manga is finally being adapted. I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. This is
for awesome. You fucking woke sensibilities.
They literally say it's like this manga is a product of its time. Out of respect for the manga, just understand that there may be some insensitive things in this story, which I appreciate that much more than them trying to like tiptoe
censor
around
it or change it.
Yeah, anything like that. No, this is much more preferable. And even
listen, we approve of problematic media. Okay?
Absolutely. All right. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point of adapting it if you're just gonna like defang it? It's fine. It's of its time.
I really liked how they did I don't know if they're gonna change the pictures in each ED, but the ED for the second episode where it like is showing the reference pictures that I guess the mangaka took back in '94.
Yeah,
I was
like the timestamp in the bottom right. It's so cool. Yeah. It's a very simple idea for an ED, but it's like such an interesting and unique one. I'm like, sure. And again, yeah, that's part of like acknowledging that this is like an older story that's being adapted in the modern day. And then also like the way that they show characters like having flashbacks is just to put the manga on screen very briefly. I'm like, that's such like an interesting creative like way of like showing that information.
Yeah, we were watching this with someone who has read the manga.
Yes.
And they were pointing out that flashback that the guy was having in the second episode is something that happens in like hundreds of chapters or something, like way past where the anime is going to end. It's like, that's kind of interesting. Like an interesting way to approach that. Because like, yeah, I guess in the manga, like he is having like, that is like what he is kind of like freaking out about is that event specifically. But I don't know. I guess they didn't reference it specifically. I don't know if it's because he hadn't like really pieced together what he wanted to do with that quite yet. Or if it was just being obscured or whatever, but it's kind of an interesting way to go about it.
This is interesting. The anime on AniList, there are some interesting credits here. One, cooking science supervisor Naoya Higuchi, who I guess has a YouTube channel of him like cooking and stuff, and he's like a writer. Interesting. And then they also have designated cooking animation directors, which is also interesting.
It does feel like, again, like there is an appreciation for the culinary arts in this anime, like in the series.
But it's also not like a fetishization of it like you would almost get in like, everyone's like, oh, Ghibli food looks so delicious. And this is like, yeah, we're cooking brain, bitches. Lock the fuck in. Like, it's like disgusting, but they make it delicious.
No, again, it is very much like Oishimbo. Like for anyone that's not seen Oishimbo, I do really like Oishimbo because it is just a very chill. It's almost like Kitchen Nightmares in a way with Gordon Ramsay. Except Kitchen Nightmares is obviously very edited to be like modern, what do they call it? Fucking
especially the American like cooking nightmares. It's very heightened. The British one is a little bit more
chill. A little more chill. A little bit more about like actually trying to help rather than look at how fucking crazy these restaurant owners are. Is a good way. That is probably a good comparison. Is the British one? Obviously, this is not real people, so you're not like interviewing them. You're not getting to know the people in like their whole life story in like an interview format. It is like a story format, but it is very similar tonally, like how kind of chill and laid back it is. Where Yamaoka will go to like a fucking resort or something. He tries some food. He's like, "Oh, this is pretty good." Then he hears like some people talking in the background about how the resort's fucking suffering or not doing well financially or whatever. So he tries to help them make a new dish to like attract new customers because they're kind of like in a weird spot where they're advertising their they're making like a weird cuisine for them being up in the mountains or something. It's like, even though the food's really good, other people, like, people are traveling here from other places. They're associating being here at this resort with a certain sort of like atmosphere, and you're providing a food that is not really conducive to the atmosphere. So you just need to like make something that's a little bit more conducive to what people need for that like condition or whatever. Like, it's got like stuff on that level of detail, and it's not necessarily like it's not fetishizing the sort of like intricacies of it, where it's not like heightening the fucking like, oh, we're gonna die or anything like that. It's just kind of very detailed, very kind of grounded. This feels like a step, again, it feels like a transition from that to like a Food Wars, where it's taking like that inspiration of like Iron Chef, but it still has like that kind of like undercurrent of like appreciation of culinary arts that Oishimbo does, right? Like the food is like
it's interesting like, food for sure.
Yeah, I'm not like the biggest fucking like food critic, or like I can't say like I'm a chef by any means. I am friends with someone who is a chef that I can run by shit that like this, but yeah, a lot of the stuff that they are doing feels very grounded, like as far as like the food, not necessarily like how they're cooking it or whatever, but how like the science behind what they are doing. And like, oh, you know, adding milk to gamey meat to like really, I mean, that's a very simple thing, but that's just like an example of the stuff that they are kind of doing that makes it feel very grounded and realistic in a way where like, even if they're doing some stuff that might just be like fucking off the wall, the average viewer that isn't like some fucking expert in cooking is not going to say catch on to it, because they are doing stuff in such a way that it feels natural. Yeah.
It's like Dr. House in medicine. You know, it's like, oh, I guess that's just how doctors work. Yeah, of course. That makes perfect sense. No, not at all. Not even remote.
Dr. House is not very like realistic. I don't think there's much of an appreciation for medical stuff in House.
Not even remotely.
No, it's just like complete
they
medical
make so
slop.
Much shit up. It's all to have like a mystery that you as a viewer can't even solve because they're just making stuff up.
It's fun. It's enjoyable.
It's very fun. Yeah.
It's not like it's like you can really feel the love. Interestingly, Tezuka's Blackjack is more like you could feel the kind of appreciation of like medical science in that than you can.
What's that one Tezuka manga and got an anime adaptation that's like a period piece? I think it's about like his grandfather or something. Oh, Hidamari no Ki. Have you seen this?
Oh, yeah. I haven't finished it. I've had it on hold.
You have 4 episodes watched. Yeah, we should watch this at some point. I think I watched the first episode.
I was enjoying it, but it's like it's not like gripping me like as far as the execution of like specific anime.
It seems more medicated than a lot of other Tezuka stuff that I've seen. It doesn't seem like he's fucking going
more medicated than fucking Blackjack. Blackjack was very fantastical, where like kids are fucking growing demon trees and shit, and it's like, oh, okay,
sure, you know, why not?
That's not what I was expecting, but you know, it's fine.
Also, the director, because the show looks very good as well. The director is Aoki. Do you know what else he's directed?
I did look it up when I was looking at it. I forget what he did though.
He's done Wandering Sun. He did Fate Zero, like I'll Know Zero, Recreators, a lot of good stuff. And Recreator.
And Recreators.
And Recreators.
A lot of good stuff. And Recreators. And Recreators. Also, I'll Know Zero is not all that great either.
I mean, Recreators, I mean, these all look very good. You know, I probably wouldn't enjoy Fate Zero because I don't like Urobuchi, but it's a good looking show from what I've seen.
He did the first Kara no Kyokai movie too.
Yeah, Kara no Kyokai movie. That also looks really cool. But this is also like a very different style from the Kara no Kyokai movie. This does a very good job. I think when we were just kind of like going through shows for the season and like seeing like, oh, what's coming out this season, then we just watched the trailer and we were like, oh, this looks very good. This looks cool. And we're like, oh, this is an adaptation of an older manga. Like we couldn't tell. There's a lot of like, you know, adaptations of older manga where you can very clearly tell like, oh, they're trying to evoke
that, yeah.
But this does a very good job at looking like the original manga.
Writing that line, because like
Yeah.
you look and you're like, oh, of course this is an old adaptation of an older series, right?
Yeah.
But like if you don't know, it's not necessarily immediately obvious.
No,
like,
I wouldn't say so.
It
Yeah.
wasn't us. Like we just thought it looked good. Like, oh, that looks cool. But then like obviously in retrospect, it's like, oh yeah, of course. So it's kind of an interesting kind of line they're writing with that.
For sure. It's definitely going to be a fun show to watch this season.
It's in my golden 10.
Your golden 10.
I feel like I've got like 10 solid, like really shows I think are actually like legitimately good right now. Perhaps that will lower.
I'd say at least.
Perhaps that will lower. I mean, like when I say I say legitimately good. I mean like potentially could be like a 7 out of 10 for me, kind of good.
Yeah.
And then like I still like the stuff that are like outside of that. Like I still think they're pretty good. Also, have you heard people like argue with you about like whether something is good or pretty good? Is pretty good better than just being good?
We have argued about this, and I've realized it is dependent on the tone with which you say it. You can be like, "Yeah, it's pretty good," or "Yeah, it's pretty good." Like it's a matter of like how you yourself hear it when you are like typing it out. Because if you're just saying it in text, like that sort of intonation is not really going to carry through. Like for me, when I think about like pretty good, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. Like a lot, like a better than good. Whereas you seem to have more of a connotation of like, yeah, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Like it is interesting because like, yeah, I can see that, but I almost like don't view the form, like the way you're saying it as like it being a pretty good show. That's like you describing the level of good. Like it's not like I'm using it as like a qualifier of how good it is, whereas you're saying it as like. So
am I. To be fair, like if I say something's like pretty good, it's better than good.
I don't know how to describe.
Like if I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good versus it's good.
Pretty good. I don't know. Anyway.
this is autism we don't need to get into. I forget when we were talking about the Circus show. We mentioned like, well, it's an original anime. We have to watch it. And I think the only other original anime I think we mentioned was maybe did we bring up Goodbye Lara? We should talk about Goodbye Lara. We haven't talked about Goodbye Lara yet.
I forgot Goodbye Lara was also an original.
Yeah, it's not. Well, the first episode is just an adaptation of The Little Mermaid, but with a twist at the end.
I don't know if we have much to say about Goodbye Lara because we just watched the first episode. We haven't seen. I think we're watching the second one tomorrow.
Yeah. So
which,
we don't have.
As this recording is literally the day this goes up is the day that we're supposed to be watching it. Essentially.
Yeah. The first episode is not. It's very much like setup. And it's a very elaborate setup where it's like the whole story. They blast through the whole story of The Little Mermaid, basically. And then they do this like reincarnation kind of twist. There's a lot going on with like the plot and stuff. So we'll really need to watch episode 2 to have a better idea of like, okay, well, this is what it's going to be like on like an episode to episode basis. Cause the first episode is just to really like establish what this story is. I
mean, the only thing we see of the main character of Mari is her Lara flying at her and her punching her in the face with boxing glove.
So classic lesbian abusive relationship.
Classic toxic GL, you know.
Of course. The show looks very good though. I think that was like the most striking thing about it when it was initially announced. Is the way it looks, which this is original anime that is kind of it's definitely trying to evoke like a retro feel and kind of like that like cell animation.
I saw something that they are like using some cells.
Okay, I mean, I saw something in terms of like the backgrounds are all like being ED. Like hand drawn or something. But like just like the way like the show is like shaded and stuff, and even the character designs to some extent are meant to like kind of have a bit of a retro kind of vibe to them.
Yeah.
But
I guess that makes sense that they're just ripping off Hans Christian Andersen. That's pretty retro.
Yeah, that's pretty retro. This is of all the adaptations of old things this season, this one is definitely the oldest. It's even credited on Annulus as like I guess it's not technically
Nope.
I guess it's not technically a straight adaptation of The Little Mermaid. It's just, I mean, it is The Little Mermaid, very obviously. Also, I'm looking at the banner on Annulus, and it's just them, and it's just a photograph of like a dock behind them. The fuck is going on with that?
This photograph.
But I am very excited for it because it is an original. I like the way it looks, and the premise is interesting because it is basically she has to do something, I forget, like fall in love or something to like save like her like city or something because they all got put into cryogenesis or something. Cryosleep, something like that. I don't know. It's a really weird, like belabor, like drawn out premise for the first episode. It does not necessarily give, because the first episode had a very fast pacing to it. I'm going to assume that the rest of the show is not as fast paced as that first episode.
I would assume not, but
yeah, we shall see though. I am looking forward to it.
It's Kinema Citrus's anniversary project. So
that's all.
They're
Yeah,
having fun. Was it 10th anniversary?
Was it 10th? I feel like Kinema Citrus is an older studio than that, but I could be wrong.
20
founded. Yeah, 15th. I don't know. 18 was so they were founded 18 years ago. So it's their 18th. They're old enough to vote. Congrats, Kinema Citrus, you did it.
You did it.
Yeah, it's
some Starlight.
It is. Yeah, it is like some sort of like anniversary project for them though. But I guess while we're talking about Yuri anime, we could also talk about the fighting games. Young ladies don't play fighting games show this season.
Yeah,
which
is very funny.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you should set up first before we start talking about it.
Right. Well, I feel like the best way to describe the show is it's very much like that Rock is a Lady's Modesty anime that came out. Was that last year?
Yeah, last spring.
Yeah. Rock is a Lady's Modesty, but instead of like rock music, it's fighting games essentially. So it's these girls at this is it like a boarding school or is it just like a high society kind of prep school? I don't think think they live there, do they?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah, because they specifically made a point where they can't take their phones into their dorm rooms and they're not allowed to have games in the dorm or on school campus. And she was saying like, oh, I guess they don't care that we have our computers and laptops in our dorms because our dorm mate would, snitch on us if we have a game or something. Yeah.
So it's about them playing fighting games at school when they're not supposed to and they have like a very like hot-blooded relationship and energy to them as well. It's funny because it's fighting games.
it is funny to compare it to Rock is a Lady's Modesty because the first episode is like structured very similarly.
Oh,
like
yeah,
almost
yeah.
1-to-1.
Yeah.
Like she goes, like it does the thing where she goes and is like eating a meal lunch or whatever with the girls in her class and is trying to like cover up that she's doesn't belong. She's like she's trying to be a higher proper lady.
Very much, trying to fit into high society.
Yeah, like it does very similar plot beats, has handled very similarly. It is very funny to compare, like just because like a lot of people are just ending the comparison at that.
Mm-hmm.
I actually made a whole thing about it on the TikTok. I did make a TikTok about.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! But I did make one that was talking about the whole concept of Class S, because this is very like this is all in the lineage of this and Rock is a Lady's Modesty are obviously in the lineage of that.
Yeah,
with stuff like Maria Watches Over Us and Only Some Dear Brother, stuff like that. So it's funny because like when you look into the history of Class S, like all the stuff that they're doing.
Yeah,
is like lifting from like early foundational like class S stuff, like the whole like picking up a handkerchief and giving it back. That is similar to stuff that happens in like Hana Monogatari, the original sort of like foundational work that everyone kind of points to as being like, basically it's like the Mushoku Tensei of class S works.
Okay, what a great way to describe something. It's the Mushoku.
Yeah. You gotta piss off as many people as possible when you make comparisons.
Okay, fair enough. Of course,
yes, the point.
That is the whole point.
But yeah, it is basically like the foundational sort of work that a lot of things will then copy off of. Like if you're confused and you're like, why are you talking about Monogatari right now? That is why Hana Monogatari is named Hana Monogatari. It is a reference to the class S work Hana Monogatari, except that is spelt Hana Monogatari, like with a space, and Hana Monogatari is not. But it is a reference to that because Kombaru is a lesbian character and she has like the senpai, basketball, like that's a whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So that is a reference to class S stuff. That is why it is named Hana Monogatari. If you didn't know, now you know. But the whole thing with class S is it's basically like how it started is it started when they start with works that were exploring like same-sex relationships, not necessarily sexual, but generally sexual. Like it kind of was having to deal with, cohabitating with the other sex and then kind of like exploring your sexuality or whatever. The term class S comes from sister though. Like it's not necessarily like a exclusively sexual thing, but the original author Hana Monogatari did write like a lot of LGBT stuff, so that's kind of sexualized or whatever. But so a lot of these works that are drawing from it all have similar sort of things because of that. The thing with this sort of class S stuff though is because it was exploring girls going to an all girls academy back in would have been the Meiji era to Taisho sort of range. Secondary education wasn't publicly funded at the time.
That makes sense.
And so it's kind of like college now, and that's kind of viewed in the US, where it's like you have to pay. So like people generally don't get to go to college unless they, get a scholarship or take out loans, or if their family just pays for it. Back then it would have been, obviously there was much more of a wealth disparity. So a lot of girls did not go to high school. Essentially that's secondary school that we're talking about. They would just go into like, try to get into nursing or something like that. And that would be what they would be to do as a job. So as a result, there's a very class element that's baked into the class S works, because it's kind of reflective of higher society at the time. And so when you fast forward to stuff like Dear Brother, when Maria Watches Over Us and Rockazelli's Modesty, they keep that high class sort of element to them and then use that as a commentary of higher society as like a holdover of those works, even though now necessarily like it's kind of interesting to compare because like this work specific was it Joe-sama's don't play fighting games or whatever. They're going to like a Catholic school, it seems like just from like the window pane and stuff.
Yeah, like that Death Cab for Cutie song.
Yeah. If you rewind it back 100 years, Catholic schools were like the more accessible version. Like the girls that were going to school were not going to Catholic schools. Generally the rich girls weren't. The Catholic schools were more like almost like mission stuff. Like they were kind of made more accessible for people in Japan at the time as like a mission work. Like, oh, if you come here, you can go to school and get you an education, but you're learning about Jesus. So it's interesting how that's like reversed, where like even in like I think Onisama I think is like a Catholic school, like it has Catholic school stuff to it. It's interesting that like that's kind of turned around, where it's like the Western feel of it is now like the high class sort of academy feel. But yeah, I went down the rabbit hole on class S and stuff like that, because this is a fun show. It's an interesting way.
Can you tell?
It's interesting to be able to deconstruct like
Can
the
you tell that
different
neither
elements.
of us? Can you tell that neither of us play or give any like care at all about fighting games? Thank
Well, of
God,
course not. We're an anime fucking podcast.
Thank
Why
God,
would
Mumi's
we
a
care?
closet lesbian, so he just has implicit knowledge of all this stuff.
Implicit
You go, girl.
knowledge. Go on. I mean, you could. There's a level of detail that's like really interesting in this show regarding like the fighting game stuff. Like
That is
those
true.
are all like real fighting games.
These are real fighting games. Yes, they are playing. What was it like? Street Fighter.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean like
4?
Street Fighter specifically. Though there are like details with that where like it shows
yeah. Where I saw
when
like,
she's a
people
kid, she's
talking
got like
about-
specific versions of Street Fighter 4 that have like interesting costumes, and people were like, "Whoa, she knows ball," and then like obviously the fighting sticks are real. I wonder if like you were really wanting to sit there and like break it down, if comparing the fighting sticks would then tell you something about the characters, where it's like, oh, she's not really super into it because she's using the off-brand Mad Cats or something. Or I don't. Mad Cats just seems like the off-brand to me because I'm used to like the controllers from like 20-30 years ago. Maybe Mad Cats is the best fighting stick, but
when I was at a thrift store like a week or so ago, I did get a Mad Catz Super Nintendo controller for like $3.
That's not a bad deal.
Yeah, no, it was cool. I don't know how to. It has like a weird. It doesn't even look like a Super Nintendo input. I don't know what kind of fucking input it is. But it was a cool little find. I think if we look at their fighting sticks, we'll be able to see like, oh, these are lesbian fighting sticks.
Oh, what?
Listen.
Anyway,
it's one of the, if you know, you know.
I don't want to know.
After that long rant about classes.
Anyway,
the show is very fun.
You can break down like, I feel like you could break down the characters they chose too. Like I feel. I'm not very versed in fighting games. I feel like you could at least point to like is it Aya, her choice of Cammy as her character. I feel like that ties to when she got into the game as a kid. She was like really proud of the fact that she was playing this fighting game and beating all the boys. She's like, I'm gonna beat them as a girl, and that's why she picked Cammy. Like I feel like that is the rationale.
What did you just think she was hot?
But she could just say she's hot. But if you wanted to break this shit down, I guess you could. There's probably a level of detail in it because it does have an attention to detail for it.
Yeah. The one thing
I will say,
go ahead.
I was gonna say the translation I was kind of like questionable on for what's her name, Mio, because when she's like watching her like play the game and like beats that guy, she's like calling him a scrub and stuff. I can't tell because like all she says is like, oh, he's a piece of trash, right, in the Japanese.
Okay.
And you would intuitively think it's a good idea to translate that as gamer lingo, right? Because it's like, she's playing a fighting game.
Yeah.
But I don't know at this point in time, I don't know how entrenched in game culture she's supposed to be. So like maybe that's just supposed to be her like getting really into it, but she's never like played anybody because she gets fucking stomped by Aya, the main character.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's supposed to be like something that can then lead into because the way it's like because the way she's saying it, like it seems like, oh, she's like a gamer, right? She's calling people a scrub. She's saying, you know, easy win, easy W, shit like that, like using gamer lingo. Actually, I didn't look into the easy W. I think that is something that she does say because again, that's probably something that someone else was saying. But I don't know what level that's supposed to be characterization where it's supposed to be like she's kind of not super intimate with this world yet. And like when she's Aya sees her saying this stuff, like she's like kind of thinks that, but then like when it kind of leads up to it, because it feels like her saying the gamer lingo then kind of gives a different impression than if she's just saying like, oh, you're a piece of trash or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because like it could just show that she's like really into it, and then she plays and she's like, oh, actually she sucks.
We need her to go on like low tier god style rants of just telling her that just culminate in her telling her to kill herself.
Judges split his atoms, disintegrate him,
take him out back with a Saturn stick. One thing I will say is that I did wish that Rock as a Lady's Modesty dealt more with like the sort of contrast between like the music and like the high society school stuff. It had that element for sure. I just wish it was like more present, especially in like the final arc. And I hope that that is something that this does better. Is I guess the contrast between like the prim and proper like girls school stuff and then fighting games. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is like an interesting way to deconstruct because that is very much baked into like a Dear Brother, right? Dear Brother is the juxtaposition of these girls that are living in high society and then like the stresses that they're experiencing. So like they're facing like drug addiction, mental health issues, stuff like that. That contrast of like you don't expect the daughters of the elites who have no problems because their parents aren't struggling for money are not supposed to have mental health issues. They're not supposed to have all these like problems that they have in the show. So that's an interesting juxtaposition with a lot of like Rock as a Lady's Modesty and this. Like obviously we don't know with this yet, but it kind of feels more of like an aesthetic thing. This is interesting because this and Rock as a Lady's Modesty to like a little bit of a lesser degree, because it kind of is like highlighting, I guess, like how far removed like we are from a lot of this sort of like rebellion culture, I guess is how you put it. Like the thing that they're doing in this is like, oh, they're Ojo-samas, but they're playing a fighting game. And like, it doesn't really feel like,
this forbidden
scandalous
thing they are doing.
Yeah. I don't know. It might be late in that regard as far as like, if it's trying to, I don't think it's trying to like be some like big commentary on it though. I think it's just generally like a societal sort of like maybe gender stereotype sort of thing.
Yeah. Oh, do you, we're just getting an episode that's just like the Law and Order SVU Gamergate episode. You're just being like, go home, gamer girl.
Go home, gamer. I mean, they have like delinquents and stuff in the OP, so maybe they are gonna have stuff like that in the show.
It's like women in gaming. What did I expect?
I mean, she does say stuff like that. She is like, of course she sucks. She's a girl. Girls aren't usually good at these games.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's out of nowhere if they do start saying that kind of shit.
Yeah. I guess there is one other Yuri anime. There's like 3 Yuri anime at least airing this season. At least.
Yeah, I want to love you till your dying day or whatever.
I want to love you till your dying day.
Oh, I love fucking Justin Bieber.
Oh, that was the Doors. This show.
Justin Bieber showed you the door?
This show. I don't quite know what to make of this show. It's like dark and edgy, Little Witch Academia, but then also cute Yuri. I when we watched the first episode, after we watched the first episode, like a day or two later, I remembered what this show was because this show had gone trending on Twitter when it was like first announced because it had like the 2 girls like making out and like holding hands and stuff in a bed, and everyone was like flipping their like just losing their minds at this. And I had completely forgotten about that watching this first episode because that scene isn't in the first episode. But then I saw it like that trailer again later, and I was like, oh, it's this show. Okay. We'll see what it's like. The basic premise, like I said, it's Little Witch Academia, but now they are child soldiers essentially, and the main girl's roommate dies, and like quote unquote dies. Maybe she's not actually dead. She'll come back as like a robot. Who knows? Based on like how the opening scene goes, where it shows her getting killed, entirely plausible that she comes back as a robot. Is all I'm saying. But like her roommate dies.
The alchemist, fucking Kimberly's gonna come back as a fucking. I know I saw his name. What was his fucking name? Anyway,
But yeah,
she's a fucking robot.
So she like is like a shit student at this magic school that is training soldiers or something. The broader like political landscape of the world as of episode 1 is not very clear. But yeah, her roommate gets fucking insta-gibbed, and she gets a new roommate who is like this pink-haired girl that I guess is like some sort of like living weapon is like the implication, I guess. Like she's like really overpowered and just really good at killing other people with magic or something. And it's about their relationship on the battlefield and at school, I guess. Oh yeah, they also just have, I forgot, just skimming through this first episode, they also just have a scene of two like students just fucking making out on the stairs. So this is definitely like, this is a firmly Yuri anime.
It is interesting that this is, so you have this and then you have the fighting games one.
Mm-hmm.
The fighting games one is a seinen.
What is this? This is like
in Comic Flapper. This is, it doesn't say, but this is like published. I Love You Till Your Dying Day is published in the same magazine as like Citrus, Whisper Me a Love Song.
Okay, so like a designated Yuri magazine.
Proper Yuri, proper Yuri manga.
Okay.
Yuri is also
yeah, the key visual as well, it like shows like the pink-haired girl like covered in blood and stuff, and that's how she's introduced in the show, which like to my mind is like, oh, yandere. Okay.
Striking.
Very
striking imagery, yeah.
But at least as of the first episode, I'm not really getting yandere vibes from her. Maybe that will come up more as the show goes on, but now she's not even really expressing like a sense of like jealousy or possessiveness over the main girl. Like she has two other friends as well, and they all seem to get along as like a group pretty well. So we'll see. But I'm on board with like cute girl murder machine.
It looks cool.
It does.
It looks cool. It's interestingly like from the first episode, it didn't seem as intimate as the fighting girl one.
No,
like it didn't really like do the teasing as much.
Yeah, I mean the intimacy is not really between the main girl and the pink-haired girl as much as it is between like their two friends who are definitely fucking.
Oh, so when I say intimacy, I don't necessarily mean like, because they do like kiss in this where they don't. I mean like they get like very like close to each other,
right?
And like it gets very like in your face. Yeah. The fighting girl one, like they're like getting it. It almost captures like the Yuri sort of like romance stuff a little better in the sense of like, you know, they're getting up, she gets like really close to her face, and she's like looking at her hands, and she's like, oh, you have these calluses and stuff. Whereas like in this, it's just like they just start making out or something.
So yeah,
she does like smell. She does smell her hair. I forget about that. She's like, oh, you smell like soap or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, the girl smells like blood.
I guess they're pretty similar. Oh, you smell like iron.
But I'm curious to see what this show actually ends up doing. It feels like it could be very edgy, which I guess we'll see how that pans out. But I'm on board for this one. Yeah,
I mean, this is like outside my top 10, like just outside my top 10 of the season.
Yeah, same. This is like 18 for me.
Damn, 18. I have this at like 12.
No, I have this like below like Red River and the Inept Villainous show and Bang Dream and stuff.
Okay.
We'll see.
That low.
I mean, it definitely has potential to like climb up higher for me, but I also really like all the shows above it. It is.
I will say I noticed a lot of the background characters are kind of rough at points in the first episode, whereas like obviously the protagonists and the main characters are like really detailed, and then like there'll be like a character in the background and it's like that's unfortunate.
The background CG, it's you pay for what you get, I guess. I mean, it's not distractingly bad. We watched what was the name of the show, like the full name, The World's Strongest Rear Guard this season. That is one of the worst looking shows I've seen in a good while, Where this it has like it's almost if it was like directed by like Sote Ueno, I'd be like, oh, this is like artsy Kino, but it has like CG characters in the background, but they're still completely static, and it's like, why didn't you just draw? It's so distracting that they're still very obviously CG and they're not moving. So why didn't you just draw them and then have them not move? It feels very like unmotivated. Yeah, that show was a fucking visual tragedy. Not this one though. The Dying Day one looks good.
Generally, yeah, Dying Day does look good. I don't know. We don't know. This is the first episode we're talking about. We don't know how it's going to turn
just
out.
Falls apart visually.
Could not.
I mean, what else has the
be the best thing we've
studio
ever
done? The studio's not done a whole lot. It's done. The only other thing before this was, did we watch this? Love is Indivisible by Twins.
Nope.
I mean,
we did watch. We were trying to watch it. I think we watched like the first 3 to 4 episodes, because that was the one where like the twin snipes like the boy that they both liked out from the other twin that she thought they made a better couple, and then she felt like guilty about it.
My brain. I am desperately trying to fucking remember this show. Even you describing it, I'm just coming up completely blank.
It was the one where one twin was short hair and had like, it was like really sporty and like sports, and the other one was like long hair and very outgoing.
Oh God! Oh, now it's all coming back to me. We didn't. No, we like dropped this after like an episode or two, I think.
It was like 3 or 4 episodes.
Yeah,
because like we were on board. We're like the first episode, we're like, oh, that was like kind of cool. The second episode, we're like, and then like the third, where it was kind of like, oh no, I don't really like where this is going. I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
And so we dropped it.
Okay, yeah, I vaguely, remembering this is like causing me pain for some reason. Like it hurts. Like the memories are like flooding back. Like it's that scene in Kaiba, where like the memories are just being injected into his brain. That's how I feel.
I'm gonna overflow.
Oh God. I guess speaking of things that you at least have some trepidations regarding how it will go. I'm fully on board with the Please Excuse My Younger Brothers show.
Oh yeah. I'm so fucking split on this show because it's such a fun show. Like I love this whole thing. I'll spare you to have to describe it. The whole thing is like this girl's growing up in a single parent household with her mother, and her mother gets married to this guy, and she's like, oh, I'm finally gonna have a happy family with a mom and a dad.
It's the
I
Brady
won't have to do everything. Yeah, but no, it's basic. No, and the guy is the Brady guy with 4 sons actually.
Yes, 4 sons.
4 sons, and so it turns out they're all younger than her, and they're all her younger brothers. And they're like, surprise, we didn't tell you.
He was just like fucking his like ex-wife like day in and day out. Like God, like 4 brothers. Holy fuck.
I mean, they all have different color hair. They might all be like different moms, to be honest.
It's they all it's like a horrible lecture, just like a complete womanizer.
Just trying to collect them all, baby.
Yeah, they all do have different hair colors. I didn't really even think about that. That is kind of weird.
I think the 2 youngest and the 2 oldest, I think technically have like similar hair colors.
Yeah.
Again, I think like bleaches his hair.
The oldest one, yeah, that would make sense.
The 2 youngest just kind of have varying shades of blonde, I guess. But yeah, so they get married, they become a family. It's a found family kind of thing. She starts helping around the house, and then their
found
parents,
a family, all right.
Yeah, they found a family. The reservations come from, this just seems like a nice wholesome show. I'm watching it. I'm like, the main girl kind of reminds me of the main girl from Skip and Loafer a little bit. She's her performance is really good. It's the same voice actress as like Satania, Sakana Hime from a couple years back, Tamano Cross, and then I guess like Uzaki-chan is like probably her most famous role. Okay. But she's doing a really good performance. I really like her character. I like the dynamic and the chemistry of this cast. It just seems like a
So do
weird,
I.
like, yeah, it just is like a weird. I don't want it to be like. I don't really want it to be a romance between her and the oldest brother. Like I was like, I just want them to like have a nice wholesome family thing. All right, like we already had days with my stepsister. I don't necessarily want another one like them getting. I just want them to be nice, wholesome in the family.
No, they are. They are going to be. Well, it's what I was thinking about watching the show is that like, what if we like swap the genders and like the main character was a guy and then it was like all these girls. That is just.
I'd like it even less.
But like then it would be a little bit more. It would feel almost like more obvious. Like, yeah, of course it's like a harem show or something. Yeah, obviously. Like, isn't that?
Well, that's literally what happened.
Yeah, that's like quintessential quintuplets. Is that what that show's about?
No, that's not what I was thinking of. That's literally what happened in that one where he like moves in as like a caretaker to like the three girls.
Oh God,
to like go to that school. That's literally what happens in that. So, and I fucking hated that. I like this, but it's just like this is weird. I don't really want them to get together. Like I guess there is kind of like not related or whatever. They don't know each other.
But there's also like there's an interesting kind of dynamic between Ito, the main girl, and Gen, the main guy, in that it feels like there is like a romantic kind of like chemistry between them, but at the same time, it's also like she wants to be part of the family as well. And I'm curious how that dynamic will be navigated. I mean, there's obviously like very overt fan service scenes as well, like in the second episode. Like there's
one way we can get you into the family.
Like I forget, like they're having like this kind of like dramatic tension between them. And he is like in the shower and she's like outside the shower and he gets out and he has like a towel around him and then he pins her down basically. And then she kicks him in the fucking ribs and he like just falls over. But there is like that kind of element of like, yeah, no, especially the main guy is really hot and they definitely like lean into that quite a bit. And it shows the main girl getting like flustered and stuff because I mean, that obviously just makes sense given the circumstances, but it's also so far it also has not outlined that she has any sorts of like overt romantic interest in the main guy.
No,
right now she
it's going to go that direction. I'm pretty sure because it is a romance tag. If it goes that
direction, I hope it's like a love triangle thing with like the two like oldest brothers and stuff. Like, if we're going that direction, we got to go all the way. Okay, we gotta just lean fully into it.
No, I don't want that. I'm actually more okay if it's just the one brother.
I mean, if it's just the one brother, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's like the obvious like romance route. But if we're going to go that route, then it's just like, yeah, pile it on, pile it higher and deeper. Give this an incest PhD. You know what I mean?
No, don't.
I
mean, it's not even incest because
no, it's not. I mean, what was that? Oh God, what was that one show we watched like a year and a half ago, maybe, where it was like this great big family of like mixed gender, like just like 7 or 8 different siblings, and then we were like, oh hell yeah, this is gonna be like incest polycule. And the first episode ends, and the dad has them all at dinner, and he's like, by the way, none of you are blood related, and we're like, fuck.
Oh,
what's even the point now?
See that's okay. The difference in like a show like that and a show like this is like this show. I like the dynamic as not a romance.
This feels very pure.
Yeah, like the characters are already good without getting into like romance. Like the other show that you were talking about, like where there were like 2 guys.
That one
like
was the
7 girls.
Schlock.
That sucked. Like there was nothing good about that show. And then like it's like, well, at least they're gonna like have an incest polycule thing going on,
like temptation kind of thing.
And then it's like, oh, actually, none of y'all are related. And it's like, well, that makes it even worse. Like there's nothing going for the show.
Yeah, now there's nothing to stop them from fucking.
Yeah, it's just like what is the point in this fucking garbage? I mean, technically that's worse because like they all grew up together. This one at least like they didn't grow up together.
Yeah.
They're just meeting at like while they're in high school. So it's a little bit more understandable, but it's just they already have enough going on before the whole romance aspect. I don't really need the It's like
I'm willing to let them cook. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm
we'll
not.
see
Yeah, it's not bothered me to like where I'm like, oh, I can't watch this or anything. I will see where it goes. This is like a 7.03 on Mal, which is kind of crazy. It is not that bad.
No.
And only 12,000 members. Shoujo just gets so disrespected. It's kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah?
Can't get anyone to fucking watch Awajima either.
Can't get anyone.
What the fuck?
It's, you know what? I think that Colleen person may be on. I think they may have a point.
I think they might be on to something.
I think they might be. I think there might be like a misogyny problem within like the broader like culture of the world. What's next? What else we got to talk about? We don't have a ton left. We've got we got that blonde girl, not blonde girl, blind girl
the blonde
show.
Girl.
Yeah,
the blind. I was like,
blonde.
the blonde.
Yeah. You know the show that we're watching with the blonde girl. No, the blind girl romance anime this season.
It was really funny because like we were talking about, I'm like, yeah, this is like kind of the replacement for that replica Date show last season. Like it feels like it kind of slots into a very similar sort of space as that. Yeah. And then we were talking yesterday and I was like, oh, it's like the same character designer.
Yeah.
Something.
Rain.
So no wonder.
Or however you pronounce
it feels
her name.
that way.
Yeah, well, and she also did the character designs and like light novel art for that Chitose is in the Ramune bottle, which is also very like kind of like melodrama, very, very flowery language that turned me off. But it does make me wonder, is like, is she just like, is this just the kind of story that she gravitates to do these illustrations?
Maybe they're approaching her because she's just as good at doing
good. Yeah,
I
think she also did. I think she also worked on Katawa Shoujo and did some like art for that as well.
Is she?
I believe so. Yeah, she's credited on VNDB at least. How fitting though that she's returning to her roots and doing something about a girl with a disability. And it's interesting to kind of compare and contrast this with the other blind girl romance that we had last year, or was it
Invisible Man's soon to be wife?
Yeah, wait, was that last year? Or was that
No, that was like 2 seasons ago.
Winter season. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I can't remember if it was like winter season this year, fall season last year. It's interesting like to compare and contrast concept. Because both of these shows, at least based on the first episode of this one, which I should probably describe it better. I should probably say the title instead of just blind girl show. It's Love Unseen Beneath the Clear Night Sky. Which is it's a pretty like straightforward like boy meets girl series. It's this guy, the main character, is kind of just not like a nervous wreck, but he has like some like antisocial tendencies.
He's just reserved.
He's very reserved. He gets very like easily like overwhelmed, like sensory overload kind of thing. Like the first scene is like them at a party and he's kind of like turned off and frustrated with like how noisy it is and how outgoing everyone is, and he kind of just wants to go home and listen to swans.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like he wanted to be there. Like, he doesn't seem like it seems more like he's just like a reserved person.
Yeah. His friend basically just dragged him along, and it's a romance between him and this blind girl, and the basic idea is more or less like him like through his like relationship with this girl, kind of learning to like better adjust to life, because she's blind, but she also is not really like bothered by it or seemingly much else. It's how did I describe this story? It was like it's the classic story of the virgin able-bodied autistic boy and the Chad blind girl. The classic story. I'm sure we're all familiar with like the fables.
Yeah. It's interesting because like this does kind of feel like it could kind of delve in a bit into like handicaps fetishism or whatever you want, however you put it.
It could. I don't really have any reason to believe.
I
that
know.
it will,
I know.
just
Katawa
based on this
Shoujo
first
did get
episode.
like criticized for that back in the day, but like, because like this, the thing I compare this to would be a sign of affection.
Sign of affection, yeah.
Because like that is from the perspective of the girl who is deaf.
Yeah.
As opposed to this, which this is from the perspective of the guy, and the girl is blind.
And I'm sure like this is like mostly just like a thing to like set this up for the first episode. I'm sure we'll get more of like the main girl's like her perspective, like her inner world, essentially, much like how we did with the Invisible Man and his soon to be wife show.
But she was also like the protagonist.
She was also the protagonist.
Yeah. Whereas like this is not that I dislike this sort of approach, because this is coming from his perspective, where he kind of has similar reservations. So like we understand on a base level, he's just kind of a reserved person, right? Like he's not necessarily, he doesn't have a high esteem, introverted. And so when he's kind of approached with the idea of kind of like helping her do stuff, he's doesn't want to do it, but you understand why he doesn't want to, in a way that's not just like, oh, he just doesn't want to be around some gross blind girl or something. Like it's like, oh, he doesn't have the steam. He doesn't think he's doesn't really want to, he's not really mindful of other people. And it just seems like that kind of put him out in a way that he doesn't feel comfortable with, kind of thing. And we were talking about this because you get a lot of his internal dialogue during the episode.
If I would have one criticism of this first episode, is that it is very little bit too kind of like introspection, exposition heavy with his like internal monologue. It's not like overbearing, but it is kind of like I could have had a little bit less and maybe enjoyed this a little bit more. It
does kind of justify it because he's introverted. He's very in his own head a lot. So him being kind of a little bit more self-aware makes sense for his character. It's not like you're talking about like a protagonist who's just like a mile a minute talking, can't shut the fuck up, and he's always thinking about like these deep thoughts all the time.
Like the Tatami Galaxy.
That's a little silly.
That fucking shit.
Like the Tatami Galaxy. So it makes a little bit more sense where it's like balanced out, where it doesn't feel weird that he's doing that. But I will say I understand why they're doing it, because like you look at the scenes that he is kind of doing this internal monologue, I don't necessarily think it would have been improved by him not talking. Because like one of the scenes we were talking about was when she drops her walking stick, and is like looking for it on the ground, and he is sitting there thinking to himself, because he was just wanting to leave. Like no one else is in the room, and he was trying to like leave because he's just trying to like stay in his own lane, kind of thing. And then when she does that, he stops and is like looking, and we get the internal monologue of him, kind of fighting with himself over like why I feel like a piece of shit for even like not immediately jumping to help her do this kind of thing. But he just didn't want to like get too involved and give the wrong idea and stuff like that. Whereas if we just sat there and watched him kind of go through that mental,
you're like, oh wow, what an asshole.
Yeah, it's like, what? Just fucking help her. What the fuck are you doing? Whereas like this way, it at least is like, okay, he's just kind of conflicted, and he realizes this makes him like an asshole. So it doesn't feel as bad, right? Like it's not like you're not a piece of shit. It's like, okay, I kind of understand where you're coming from. So I appreciate the dialogue, because this is about him and his reservations about getting into this sort of relationship, and that is like a real, pretty understandable thing, right? Like, it's not that you're just like, oh, I'm going to date some cute girl that's blind and, we're happily ever after. Like, there are challenges and stuff that like go into dating someone that has like disabilities. And it's better that he is kind of like thinking about these things now, even not that they're even talking about dating or anything at this point. Like, it's just kind of him getting to know her or whatever, and like just being in her proximity. But like he's kind of even aware of like, okay, getting involved with someone, there's like, just even as like a friend, there's more to it when, there might be disabled and stuff like that. And they're specifically approaching him to kind of help her out as like a student helper too. So it's not even just like he's just, oh, I gotta start helping and doing all this stuff now because we're dating, or it's not like that. So I do appreciate kind of where they're coming from. It's just going to be a matter of like how they balance that out. Because like with A Sign of Affection, it is very empowering to the protagonist because she is the one with the disability. And so you're getting her perspective. It is not approaching it from the guy's perspective, and she's just the disabled love interest. There's kind of like an inherent, what's the word? Disproportionate like authority or power or whatever, given that he is the protagonist and she is just the love interest, and we're not getting stuff from her perspective necessarily, at least in this first episode. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of do approach that in these second episodes. Obviously these are just our first impressions. This is just stuff that I can see that having reservations of moving forward, things that could have an issue with as far as like storytelling wise.
It did make me think watching this that like is just giving like one of your principal characters like making them blind or deaf or something like that. Is that just kind of writing on easy mode, because it kind of inherently forces you into a position where you now need to think about their perspective and how they perceive and navigate the world, and then juxtapose that with like your like able-bodied like other characters essentially. It did make me kind of like think. It's like
I wouldn't necessarily say so.
Is this just a cheat code that they're using? Because are they cheating at writing, guys? But
one writing hack that will make all your stories 10 times better.
Make that bitch blind. Because like I said, it does kind of put you in a position where you do need to at least give some consideration. Some things are better at this than others, but you need to like consider those aspects, and that kind of then gives you I feel like it gives like a clear way to then kind of explore certain ideas.
Well, I think you could definitely write a disability really poorly.
Yes, you can.
Especially like a story like this where you are not having to focus on the character with disability, and you can just focus on their romance and how they're going to get together and how it's going to be like that definitely could facilitate a poor way of approaching it.
It could. I don't think that this is going to go that route, to be honest.
I don't necessarily have those feelings. Or I'm just saying, like, I don't think that's a cheat code where it's immediately going to make it a better story.
No, I'm saying it's more like conducive to it. You can still fuck up, obviously. I just think that it's like, oh, this is like more conducive towards it. It's more inviting towards doing that sort of thing in a way that, if you write like two like able-bodied characters, it requires you to then now you gotta like think of like other shit to do with them, Name 5 stories about disabled characters. There's that one movie that we need to watch from the director of the woman who directed that Brendan Fraser movie, the Rental Family one. She also did a movie called like, I think it's like 37 Seconds or something like that, about that like mangaka with like cerebral palsy, I think, and she needs to get laid so she can write a proper like shoujo manga or something. That sounds wonderful. House MD. House MD, there you go. Obviously, oh, of course, Switched at Birth, 100%. It's not necessarily the most well-written show on Earth. And then I guess this one, and Invisible Man and His Soon-to-Be Wife. There you go. 5 off the top of my head.
Great podcast, everyone. Thanks for coming out.
Oh, hey, no, wait. No. We still have stuff to do. So we haven't talked about smoking behind the supermarket with you.
You want to smoke behind a supermarket? I don't smoke.
No, that's the name of the show. God damn. Don't you fucking like you look at like the goddamn titles of the show? Here, hold on. I'll pull up what the Japanese title is so I can say it for your weeaboo
Supa no
ass.
ura de Yani su Futari.
Yes, you fucking Japanophile.
Welcome to the Weeb Crew, baby. I'm your host, Mumi.
I think that's the last thing that we really. Oh no, I guess there's some other stuff we still need to talk about, but this show is very it makes me want to kill myself.
Why?
Because I'm just like, why can't it be me? Why can't it be me?
This should have been me. I want to be a fucking 40-year-old smoke getting hit on by a 20-year-old.
And then I realized, oh wait, no, I'm just like way too autistic for that shit.
He seems pretty autistic.
But like I don't know, like a woman like offering me cigarettes behind like in like a back alley or whatever. I would just be like, I would immediately start screaming like rape. All right.
Why?
She's going to rape me, obviously. Why else would I be screaming rape?
How many times has this happened?
None yet, unfortunately. I kind of wish it would, but that's another matter.
This is like a fan fiction you're working on.
This is very much like selling like the appeal of the show, I think. It's very much like a God damn it, why can't it be me kind of show.
Yeah, there's not really a lot to talk. This is just like one of those shows you decompress with.
Yeah.
Like you are the office worker coming home. You turn on smoking behind the supermarket with you. You escape into this reality into the dream
you do some drugs and you escape into
cute
the
supermarket girl who's like 20 years younger than you is actually really cool biker bitch and smokes cigarettes with you. You know, that's how it works.
Yeah, it's the Ryan Gosling anime of the season.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's not a lot to talk about with this one.
Apart from like
it's pretty good.
Yeah, I do wonder how long do you think it's going to? Do you think the main character will ever realize that they're the same person?
I don't know. I don't know where they're going with
I feel like they're going to. I feel like that's going to be strung out forever, and it's going to make me want to kill myself even more.
Mal apparently has the tag for theme of love status quo.
That's foreboding.
So maybe they never find out.
He dies in a car accident and he just goes on, like, goes through the rest of his life, like, just never realizing that.
That'd be bizarre.
That'd be like, that smoking behind the supermarket show, that sure took a turn, didn't it? Wow.
Dropped it like 10 points on my favorites list this season.
I think we talked about with Iron Wok Jan how he appreciated that it's of its time. They're going to adapt it as it is out of respect for the manga. Thunder 3, on the other hand, I have been told we need to watch like the second episode to really get a better idea of what's going on with Thunder 3. But the general word on the street going into this anime that I've seen like people talk about is that this is like a comically like xenophobic story, I guess, and like the alien. I don't really know how much I want to spoil with this, I guess, but at the same time, without the spoilers, we were watching.
Most people are probably not going to watch this. This only has 2,000 members on Mal.
Oh my goodness gracious!
It does not really sell itself with the poster.
It does not. Yeah, well, it does not sell itself well with the first episode because we were watching this first episode and it's just this fucking kid and his friends just kind of going to school and going about their daily life, and we're just kind of like, what the fuck is this about? What's going on? Then
it starts off like a really like Kodomo anime, by the way, because like it starts off he's like eating breakfast with his family and his little sister's like, I want to marry Oni-chan, and you're just like, the fuck is this?
What is this? Why are we watching it? But then his teacher gives him like an interdimensional PlayStation game. He bought this disc that allows you to traverse through dimensions online. He said for like 80,000 yen or some shit, like $800. But he also doesn't have a fucking console to play it on. So the main character just takes it home with him, and like they're like playing it because they have a PS5 or whatever.
It was a TS5,
something like that. So him and his friends are like checking out this disc, and it turns out that it lets you go into your TV and traverse to a different dimension where there are, I guess, regular people and aliens, and they are manga characters, I guess, like cartoon characters. So they're like indestructible, and his sister gets kidnapped by the aliens, so they're gonna try and get his sister back or whatever. There's a hilarious part where they fucking like missile bomb his sister, and we're like, oh yeah, she's dead, but no, she's fine because I guess they're indestructible.
Yeah, they just dropped a nuke.
This is
on
such
his sister.
It's
I was
such
like, what
a
the
weird.
fuck?
It's a weird fucking show, and like I said, we really need to watch the second episode in order to figure out what the fuck this even is. But I guess to go back to the xenophobia aspect, in the manga, the aliens look like a comically racist depiction of like a white person, like very American coded. And in this, they don't have that. They're just like green, and they took away like the big noses and stuff. So maybe taking away from the racism of the manga, unfortunately, with this anime adaptation. Shockingly, this is a Netflix anime, I think, as well. But
I will say that it does not look great. Like it doesn't look terrible, but it's like really kind of janky CG.
Yes, but that's kind of intentional.
Kind of intention. We talked about this after this. Like it would have made more sense, and I think it would have looked better for me if they had just drawn them like like a 2D like Doraemon sort of like anime characters, and then had them walking around and traversing the CGI other world where they look like almost like fucking what's the fucking the one I'm thinking of, the one where they die and have like the weird fucking ghost things. It's done by Polygon, I think. Oh
gosh, I don't. Knights of Sidoni.
No, it's God. I'm just gonna pull it up.
All right. In the meantime, while Mumi's looking that up, it is worth mentioning that this is from the same director as like Ajin. He was also.
That's what I was gonna. Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess that explains it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the characters in the quote unquote real world look like Ajin characters or whatever.
Yes, they do.
It would have been better production wise for me if then the Kodomo characters were just like Doraemon looking ass characters walking around the Ajin world. Like that would have been kind of an interesting like comparison, like point of juxtaposition for the show. But they kind of just go with like a really stylized down CG that's like really kind of like in that same kind of Polygon pictures sort of style, like jankness.
It very much looks like a kids show, which I guess is part of the point.
Partially.
I don't know if that's like a good idea to sell the story, because kids are gonna watch it and be like, what the fuck is this? It's like fucking traumatize them or something, and adults are just not going to watch it because they think it's something for kids.
Yeah.
But I am curious about it. We're kind of on the fence with whether we want to continue it. I will say that if it's like defanged the racism, I'm less inclined to, because just a comically racist story that looks like it's for kids is just really funny to me. So I'd be down to watch that. But if it's going to kind of like temper that aspect, then it's also kind of like, well, what else has this got going on for me to like enjoy? Is the story really good? Oh, okay.
It has nothing else.
I thought the little sister was like cute with how much like you're just like, I want to marry my older brother. It's like, oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, the sister was cute,
but at the same time, I was also watching and thinking like, oh, she's gonna die horrifically, isn't she? She's gonna get like brutally decapitated.
Yeah, that was like the immediate thought.
I don't know. Maybe episode 2, she's gonna be like being like fucking like anal probed by the aliens or some shit. We'll see. We have no idea what the fuck this is going on.
No, tune in when we watch episode 2 and we might know what's happening.
We may know what's happening.
No promises.
No promises. Did we talk about Dara-san?
Not talk about Dara. I don't know if there's any much to say
Yeah, I like that they gave the fucking snake lady inverted nipples. That's a great design. She didn't even have any nipples in the manga, so not only did they give her nipples, they gave her inverted nipples. It's an all right show. It's definitely like towards the bottom of like what we might continue to watch for the season. But I do
fine.
I do like the overall humor, like in the second episode where they have the ugly bastard teacher, and it's like, oh, he's like going to be coercing sex out of the fucking like femboy main character, and it's like, no, that's actually not the case at all. The femboy main character is actually just blackmailing the teacher into making cute outfits for the snake lady. Okay, that's funny.
Not necessarily like explicitly blackmailing, all right? It's like more coercion. Like,
well, the
he's
main
like
character
holding over that he knows something, but like is not explicitly.
He's explicitly blackmailing the teacher with being like, "Yeah, I'll keep your secret that you like to make cosplay outfit." Like it's a non thing to blackmail someone about, but it just makes it funnier.
I don't know if he was like. I think he was just saying. Because the teacher was like, "Oh, you exchange," and he's like, "Oh yeah, I won't tell anybody."
I won't tell anybody. But yeah, he does it in like a very like provocative kind of way.
It's very bratty.
Yeah, the show is just very. We'll describe it as very deviant. Is a good way to put it. Maybe we'll continue it. We'll see. We need to. There's like 4 things that we're looking at dropping. We need to drop 3 of them at least. So we'll see. We did talk about speaking of deviant, we did talk about KAMUI-san, right? Did we? Have we?
Oh no, we did not talk about KAMUI. That is a good one. This is very funny.
It's very it has one joke. It's a good joke, but it is one joke, and it is aided immensely by the fact that this show is only 12 minutes long, unless we want to watch.
Yeah, if this were a full show, I would immediately lose interest.
I mean, it kind of
it being a short is the. I guess if you want to count the random shorts that are being bundled in the fan sub release, I don't know if those are bundled in with like the actual show.
I don't know either. In any case, though, the show has a very simple premise. It's a girl who just naturally like attracts ghosts to her. She's partnered up with a guy who's like an exorcist. Except he exorcises the ghosts by fucking them.
He's getting his exercise in. You know
that's and that's
that stupid green text story, the ghost puncher.
Elaborate.
You never heard that story where it's like the guy is like describing how he has a friend he goes to the gym with or something, and his friend's like complaining that his house is haunted. He's like, "I'm gonna kick that ghost's ass," and they're all like, "Yeah, whatever, dude." Like, he just trying to put on this machismo act, and then like they go to his house at some point, and he just has like holes in his wall, and he's like, "Yeah." This fucking ghost fucking keeps doing, like, it just keeps doing these weird noises. So I walk around, I start pissing on a fucking satanic Bible, and I fucking start trying to fuck the air where I think the ghost might be and start punching shit. And they're like, "What the fuck, dude?"
This is a mental illness.
This is mental ill. That's what this show kind of reminds me of. It's just like, he's like, "I'm going to go fuck a ghost.
I'm going to go fuck a ghost." I mean, that happens. Remember, doesn't Dan Aykroyd fuck a ghost or gets a blowjob from a ghost in Ghostbusters? I think I remember that scene.
He does get a blowjob from a ghost. There's also the movie Ghost with Patrick Swayze that, they make the pottery and just fuck. That's also a movie.
I've not seen that movie, but sure. The show is very silly. It has one joke. If it were any longer than 12 minutes, we would not be continuing it. But because it is so short, we can get behind it, much like how he gets behind the ghosts.
I will say the second episode did kind of like shake up the formula in a way that like made it like, okay, I can see maybe this can work for 12 episodes,
Yeah.
Maybe it won't have any issues. So it's at least trending in a positive direction.
Yeah.
It is just a good bit that he's like protecting this girl that's like always accosted by others fucking like demons and shit by just fucking the ghost. She's just like, "Thanks." Thanks a lot.
Doesn't ever fuck the main girl at all. For what it's worth. He's only interested. He will fuck any ghost. It doesn't matter how fucked up and disgusting the ghost looks. He will fuck the ghost.
No, they will be talking to like hot fucking bitches like who have like their cleavage out and stuff, and he's just completely uninterested. He's like, oh, fuck,
he's only.
But like this fucking bitch with like no legs starts crawling around. He's like, do you know the vagina has the same nerve endings as the ear?
As the ear,
like,
yeah.
What?
So he gives her an eargasm. He put some headphones on her and starts playing Aphex Twin Selected Ambient Works Volume 2.
That's such a stupid show. I love it though. Another show that I do like that's not stupid is the Inept Villainess one. You haven't talked about that one
yet. I was very much surprised by this one because we're not really villainous guys. We kind of just went into this being like, well, I mean, we gotta watch it. It probably won't be any good.
I've tried to get into villainous stuff. I don't think there's been like one that I watched that was like engaging enough production wise.
This
that
one
has like got me into the genre.
This one looks pretty damn good though. I mean, there's I mean, there's like the bureaucrat villainous one. But that
I did
one
like that one. The one I was thinking of was that the one with the girl with the blue dress and the scar on her face. Otome game, all routes lead to doom. That one.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that was like the one that I watched and like trying to make a conscious effort getting into villainous stuff. I didn't dislike it, but it's just like I don't.
Yeah,
it wasn't as good production wise to get me into like really into that genre, I guess.
But no, this show looks really good. It's Dogakobo, and I think we watched this maybe right after we watched Maybe It's Dust, which is also Dogakobo, and it just looks fine. That was very funny. Yeah. Then we get to this one, and we're like, oh, this is
where all your budget went.
This is like the standard of quality that we usually expect from a Dogakobo production.
Well, it's just weird because Dogakobo doesn't usually make like original stuff for one, and two, it's usually like,
yeah.
What is their fucking filmography? They usually just make slice of life stuff. Like I think the first thing I remember them doing was
for the longest time they were more or less known as like almost like a strict cute girls doing cute things kind of studio. Yeah. I guess they also did Majestic Prince back in the day, but for the most part it was like Yuri Yuri, what else? Man Girl, Love Lab, stuff like that. And they've
then recently they got Oshinoko, I guess.
Oshinoko, they did Roshidere, Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night. So they've been like, branching out, doing some other stuff. And I think part of what I think got me more on board with this as well is the setting, since this is like, it's not like the usual kind of fantasy setting. It's a fake China setting. So I'm like, okay.
So it's just like Apothecary Diaries.
Yeah, it is more or less set in like the same. There's a specific term for it that eludes me at the moment for that, like describes these kinds of worlds. But yeah, it is like very much like an Apothecary Diaries kind of setting. And that mixed with the production and also just the overall premise, in terms of it's the main girl and the villainess get body swapped essentially through the villainess's plan. So now she is in the villainess's body, but can't tell anyone, and everyone hates her. So it's how's she gonna get out of this sticky situation?
This is what I call a sticky situation.
Yeah. And I think, just all those things together, like I said, especially with like the very strong visual production, I'm like, yeah, I'm down to see where this goes. Because it's not like either of us, like you said, have anything against villainous stories as a concept. It's always just so about like a lot of them don't get very great productions, and the setups are just not very interesting to us, and the settings are not very interesting to us. But when we get something like this, it's like, yeah, sure, I can be on board with this.
I'll give it a shot. Yeah, I'm interested where it goes. Like, there's not really like a clear, at least from like the first episode and like the premise, there's not really like a clear setup for how the story is going to happen. I feel like it could go into like the sort of political court drama stuff, which would be interesting. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. I'm kind of hoping for like sort of similar appeal to like the Holy Grail of Eris sort of thing. That would be optimal for me, I guess.
For sure.
But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what direction it goes.
This is same director as the director and original creator of Zenshu, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah, she's actually done quite a bit. She directed Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Like, gosh, how fucking old is Nozaki-kun at this point? That's like, that's over a decade old. 12 years, 2014. Assistant director on Penguin Drum. Director of How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift? And then also Sleepy Princess in the Demon Castle. Overall good looking stuff. I will say the premise for the show, the seiyuu for the two main leads just get to fucking go ham. Like it seems like it'd be so much fun to have this kind of role if you were a seiyuu, because like the way that they do it, the characters are playing both like an cartoonish villain and like the cartoonishly like fucking farts rainbows fucking birds gather when she sings kind of character, right? Yeah.
So like your cast is like that character. One of them is Akane from Oshinoko.
It is,
yeah. So she wasn't she the, am I mistaken, or is she also wasn't she the girl in Gigi Harem too?
Probably.
Am I remember that correctly?
No, you're thinking of that was Sayori Hayama.
No, she's in a different one. But this I do. She's that's right. She's the main. What's her name? I literally just saw it. Fuck you. Hey,
what?
But anyway, they get to fucking just go ham, where they're like get to just do the complete opposite for the same role.
Oh, wait, are you saying like Sayori Hayami is the main girl? Because she's the main girl in Love Unseen, and that was also the teacher in Draw This Then Die this season.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
But yeah, they just get to go ham with these fucking performances.
I think
that's probably going to be one of the most fun parts if they get to lean into that more.
When you brought that up, it reminded me of Face Off, the Nick Cage John Travolta movie, where they are now having to act like each other. It's more bit. That's basically like the idea. So it's Nick Cage having to act as if John Travolta is inside of him, and John Travolta having to act as if Nick Cage is inside of him.
Yeah, that's a good bit.
Yeah. This is a fun show. Looking forward to it. And I think the last thing that we have maybe is
that we're still watching.
I guess maybe we can do a lightning round of all the stuff that we've dropped here at the end. But Victoria of Many Faces, we'll see if we want to continue this.
Yeah, that one I'm like kind of like on the fence of, because I liked the first episode, but I also don't know what you do other than just the fan, like, adopted daughter,
kind of do a spy family kind of thing. Yeah, because it's about a spy that more or less like defected and is basically just like trying to like just live like a normal life, and she just adopts this girl that she's now trying to also like teach to be a like trained in spycraft, basically.
It seems to imply that. I don't know if it's explicitly. She's like, it's like she's teaching her survival skills, and so that will be some spycraft stuff. I don't think it's necessarily she's like, oh, you're going to become a spy and put your life
not to become a spy, but like if anything to avoid being caught, because now there are people looking for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll need to see how the second episode pans out to really know if we want to continue this. I think all the things that are currently on the chopping block for us, it's like the other ones being Exiled Night, Thunder 3, and Dara-san. This one has the most promise, maybe.
Mind you, the stuff that's on the chopping block are still like pretty good for the most part.
Yeah.
They're mainly on the chopping block because we try to keep it to like under 20 shows.
Yeah.
So
it's like
you had to cut somewhere.
They are things that I would like to watch, but we just don't have time. It's goddamn.
Yeah.
Why does this season have to be so good? I don't like dropping stuff that I think I would like because the chance of me ever coming back to it are like near zero. But yeah, and I guess just to go through all the stuff that we will not be continuing this season. Start from the bottom. World's Strongest Rear Guard. No.
World's Strongest. You disliked that more than me. I disliked it, but like I don't know. I thought the boss lady was kind of cute. Where it was like that could be a cute dynamic. Kinda. I liked like towards the end when it became a little bit more clear that like this is going to be like Pokemon essentially. Yeah, no, I'm
like I like the design of like his like slave girl, not slave, mercenary girl, but I just could not get over kind of how shockingly bad the show looked.
Yeah, it didn't look good.
Next, I think might be your least favorite one of the season. The insipid prince's furtive grab for the throne.
Least favorite after Mebius Dust. The insipid furtive grab for the throne. This is that stupid one where he's like fucking Timu. Was it Lelouch and Zero? And he's like manipulating things behind the scenes. And his big grand plan is be like, I'm gonna go offer my help and then come back as the prince when they turn me away at the gate and make a big stink about it and be like, I need help. And then Denter, like they have to take our help. It's like, this fucking sucks. Like then they do like a fight thing at the end and all he does is like chant fucking I am the bone of my sword fucking unlimited blade work shit. Shoots a fucking Kamehameha wave and kills all these things off screen. He's like, all right, they're dead now. And he just leaves. Like, we don't even get a fucking fight scene. Like, what is this? Fuck this show.
Next, from overshadowed to overpowered.
I thought this one was okay. I didn't hate this one as much. I think y'all disliked it more than me.
It's just kind of bleh.
It might get worse, honestly. Like the first episode was like interesting. I liked how they had to like chant the spells and like keep still. Like I thought that was an interesting aspect to add to like your magic system.
We kept waiting for the other shoe to drop where it's like, yep, he's going to be reincarnated as like a cute younger boy or whatever. And then,
I mean, that seemed like it was obvious, but
yeah.
I mean, I don't dislike the premise like inherently. It's just like, it's just whatever. It's not a show I'm really super interested in. It's definitely not the worst.
Next is The Oblivious Saint Can't Contain Her Power. I don't remember this.
This is that one where it's like fetishizing the sister hatred thing. Like,
right.
There's like two shows this season that did that. This and like the Ogre Bride one.
Yeah.
I was like, why do fucking people hate their siblings? What is wrong with people?
What is going on? Who's getting off to this?
But this one's just like her fucking family, like the king of the empire, like pawns her off to like this hot fucking red-haired guy. And she's like the sacrificial pawn, and everyone's like, oh, this guy's like evil, and she's just gonna. It's a very like shitty version of something like, I don't know, and yet the world is still beautiful or something. It doesn't seem. It's not the worst thing, honestly. It's not. Again, I don't know if there's like really anything I really hated outside of Mebius Dust, because like far as the thing is terrible. But this is just sauceless. Doesn't have any seasoning. Just whatever.
Next is Perfect Addiction, which is a gay motion comic.
Oh, I didn't even fucking mark that. That fucking sucked.
No, yeah, fair. Yeah, it was like only 5 minutes long. I don't even know why we watched it. The Duke's son.
I don't know why we watched it either.
The Duke's son claims he won't love me, yet showers me with adoration. I mean, the premise is right there.
Yeah.
This was just kind of, it was kind of fine. You know, I don't have anything. Heroine Saint? No, I'm an all-works maid. This one was like...
This one, I couldn't figure out what the appeal of this one is. Because, like, I guess it's supposed to be, like, a maid appeal.
This is the first thing we watched for the season, by the way.
Yeah, and I guess, like, to circumvent the problem of, like, showing a maid and trying to fetishize, like, someone working as a maid in, like, to royalty or, like, people that are just girl... I did like the girl failure girl. That was a fun... she's a cute character. But... I guess to like circumvent that, because like it is kind of weird to be like, oh, look at these maids, like how she loves being a maid. Don't you just want to go and like clean some rich person's house? To circumvent that, they actually make her like the most powerful person on like a base level in the world, and she's also isekai'd from like a Japanese girl who wanted to be an English maid. That's like a twist that's revealed toward the end of the episode, and I was like, what is this? Like, I don't, who is this for?
It's weird. Yeah.
I guess it's just for maid people.
What about that? Oh God, that I had this higher up, and then I was like, why do I have this higher up? Because I started thinking about it. Oh boy, was I wrong about her.
That I really didn't like this one, because this is, I described it as like, this is written by someone who has never had a friend before. Because every time, like, the way that they've written the dialogue, it comes off like that fucking comic of like Cyborg and that like Sonic MC fan character. Fucking like, hey, let's go hit those showers. Oh man, you know, back when my old life, I had a guy, the old war buddy who was racist. He would have hated you for the color of your skin. What? He doesn't like cyborgs? Let's go hit those showers. Like, it's like that kind of thing where it's like it feels like someone who's like so fucking like, you know, caught up in like their own head and does like the whole like playing out scenarios. Yeah. Just trying to write what they thought would be like a childhood friend story. Because like every time they're talking, that always cuts the conversation short before they actually like talk about each other. Like it's always like the setup, like, hey, let's go play some games. We used to do this thing, right? Yeah, just be crazy. We used to owe so many favors. Let's play a game. And then like the guy leaves. It's like, wait, you're supposed to play the game or like talk to each other. It's like, I don't know who you people are yet. Quit setting up scenes and then leaving. Like, what is this? It is just a manic pixie dream girl thing, because like they literally at one point are running and holding hands, and it's like doing the like, we're having so much fun. I'm like, who are you people? Like,
the best part of the show. The best part of the show is that Natsumi Haruse voices one of the characters, and that's basically it for context for Mumi. That would be Inori from Medalist.
Yeah, she should have pulled out some worms. That would have been a nice reference.
That would have been a nice reference, but yeah, no.
No, this show fucking sucked.
God, Villager level 999. This one was like watchable.
It existed.
It did exist. I did just kind of like how after going into this dungeon and getting like the sword, the hero character is like, wait, you pulled out the hero sword? And he's like, yeah, I just like went and like I pawned it off. And he's like, you pawned off the hero sword? And he's like,
that was a it was
worth it was a lot of money. He's like, you could have like defeated the demon lord. And he's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Granted, the way I'm describing this interaction is probably funnier than the interaction actually was. Oh, when they introduced...
he's like more apologetic. It's not like deadpan like that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh.
I do like when they introduce the hero character and he's like recruiting people in the town square. He's just selecting cute girls, and like the main character even just acknowledges it, being like, yeah, that sounds about right, and then just goes about the rest of his day. Like, I did like how the main character just didn't give a shit about anything, but not really enough to like carry the show. Like I said, it's watchable, but not necessarily something I would want to watch. It exists. We already talked about Black Torch. What about A Livid Lady's Guide to Getting Even?
That's the... I don't know if I have that one marked on mine. That's the fucking Frozen one.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in that one at all. I kind of see the direction where it's going to be like, because she gets scorned. She's being married off to the prince because her dad is like a duke and like this right hand man of the emperor or whatever.
Yeah,
and the prince is like fallen in love with some kind of common girl who is like kind of like a beachy kind of character. Like she's just like conniving and doing stuff behind the scenes, and she frames her for injuring her and pushing her down the stairs. And so this girl's like, I'm being overworked anyway. I'm just going to defect to the next kingdom. I feel like they're kind of going with a bit of like, she's going to find out like, they're gonna like basically redeem her in a way or whatever, I guess. Like I don't think it's gonna end with her being like an actual like straight villain or whatever. Maybe it will. I don't know. I don't really care. I have no interest in the show.
No, yeah.
It was just whatever.
The author has only 400 followers on Twitter. They have a really adorable dog as their profile picture.
I wish I liked the show. I'd go follow him.
Yeah.
Be their 401st.
The Ogre's Bride. This show is so funny. This
is schlock. This is fucking shoujo schlock at its greatest.
It's like Vampire the Masquerade, where like demons and vampires and ogres exist, and they revealed themselves to the world, and they basically run the world and are able to select any girl that they want to be their bride, and no one can oppose them. So the main girl's sister is like betrothed to like a fox demon guy, and her sister is like a cunt, a real like bitch or something, and basically pisses the main girl off. The main girl like slaps her or something, and in response to this.
Well, her sister wants to borrow a dress that she got from her grandparents for her birthday.
Yeah.
And she never gets anything. And she's like, her sister's the favorite of her parents. And so she's like, oh, give me that. And she's like, just spoiled. And she's like, no. Yeah. And then they rip the dress. And so she slaps her because she's like, you ruined the one thing I got. And I got it for my birthday. Like, what the fuck?
And the sister, having been slapped, gets her like fox demon husband, who then, sets the main girl on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, sets her arm on fire.
It is just like misery porn
in front of
what
was
it Nina the Starry Bride? Like this is just like in that same kind of like not necessarily on that same level, because Nina the Starry Bride was like she was like a slave girl and all that.
Yeah.
But this is like what do you call it? Like upper middle class, just like misery porn where it's like, oh no, my family hates me and likes my little sister more, and my sister has this cute boyfriend, but I'm going to get the cutest boyfriend. He's going to be the richest boyfriend. It's like that kind of thing. It's just, it's so schlocky, but like, more power to anyone that likes this. Like, good for you. I don't care. Like,
sure.
I would wish I could like it more, but I just,
yeah.
But this was like this, and the other one we were talking about is the one where I was like, why do people like hate their siblings so much? What the
fuck? Next is Rich Girl Caretaker. This is it somehow manages to be very schizo, because like it's this guy that gets caught up because this girl he gets kidnapped or something, and is like trying to ransom him, but then they like escape. It's very absurd, but it's not very funny.
It's like Himoto Umaru-chan if like they weren't related and they just had to like find some guy to take care of some girl.
Or didn't you like compare this to like a Hayate combat butler?
Oh no, I haven't seen that. So that was
okay.
That was what people were comparing in the call.
Yeah, I think someone else was comparing this to Hayate. Yeah. It
was just whatever.
We already talked about Maybe's Dust, didn't we? How much we don't like Maybe's Dust.
Yeah, that sucked.
Recommendation from Mr. Iwamoto.
I feel like you either missed two shows or like you have them much higher than me, and I'm just
it's the two shows that I missed. Okay, you can describe them then. What did you think about The Frontier Lord Begins with 0 subjects?
Oh, okay. That one is not an isekai. It's just Naro slop. But it's just like a guy who goes to like a field, and they're like, oh, you've been given this field. Fucking make a civilization or whatever for your king. And there's like indigenous people that live nearby, and he starts kind of cohabitating with one of them, and they're like, oh, you're so manly, and he gets married to the first girl that he meets, essentially. Basically the only appeal of the show is the cute wife character who gets married and ends up having kids very quickly. It was okay. It went very good.
And then the other one is I became a legend after my 10-year long stand. What does this mean?
Last Stand.
Last Stand. 10-year long Last Stand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's like a wizard character. He got this skill called like Life Absorb or something. And so he started using that while he was like fighting these demons, and just kept fighting these demons that kept spawning or whatever until like the Demon King awoke after like 10 years, and then he defeats the Demon King. And he comes out and he's like, oh, I didn't realize it'd been 10 years. I've just been fighting for 10 years using this Life Absorb ability and keeps replenishing my mana. And so it's just power slop at its work. Like, he just joins this party and he's like, I'm actually the greatest. Like, they're literally like worshiping him. They have statues and shit, and they're like, oh, he saved the world or whatever. And then he looks young because his Life Absorbability when he did on the Demon King just de-aged him like 20 years or something. So he's like, I'll just like live my life as a kid again, and not like a child but like a teenager or whatever. And so he joins the Adventurer Guild under a new name and just goes on an adventure. Sure. And it's like, this was whatever, I don't care.
Next.
Moving on.
Recommendations from Mr. Iwamoto. This show was actually kind of cool. Not cool enough to really like drive me to want to continue it, but it's basically like Meiji Taisho era military man ghost hunter.
Yeah.
So like
it seems like a school thing.
Yeah,
it's a seinen series, so
yeah. Well, it's a seinen series, but the designs are very Bishonen slop.
Right. But it being a seinen kind of makes me more like curious, but I'm also just like,
Yeah. It's like I don't have a huge. What else has this author done? He did. Do you know Nura, Rise of the Yokai Clan? Came out in 2010. Do you know this show? Wow, it's directed by Junji Nishimura. But yeah, and production wise, this is not a particularly strong show either. Oh god, it's Studio Dean. I guess that's why. Oh, I do know what.
Never mind. I do know what Nura is.
Okay. Yeah, it's like
name.
If I would never, if anything, I think I would probably be more inclined to read the manga because the art that I'm seeing looks pretty cool. But yeah, I don't think the anime is really selling me all that well.
Didn't have the sauce where I'm like, well, I gotta watch this. It was alright.
Yeah.
Maybe if this were like a week, maybe if this was like fall 2025, I would watch this.
Yeah. Next we have Hanaori-san still wants to fight in the next life, which is more or less just Hatarako Mal-sama, except instead of working at McDonald's, the Demon Lord is now a teacher, and the hero girl is one of his students.
They are also reincarnated. So
they are also reincarnated. Yes.
Yeah. Mal-sama, they just transported to the new world.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. The show has a nice look to it. I like some of the comedy of it, but it's not funny enough for me to really like feel motivated to want to continue it. I think the main girl is very cute. I think the guy is cute, but yeah, just not, maybe a week or season. This would be something I'd be like more like on the fence about, but in this season, it's like, nah,
I'm good. Think so.
My Stepmother and Stepsisters Aren't Wicked is also a show that has one joke, but it's 24 minutes long per episode. And the premise is basically it's a Cinderella story, but the joke is basically just this every time. The main girl does something. Either her stepmother or stepsisters react in a way that the main girl initially perceives as negative, but then plot twist, actually no, they meant something really, really wholesome by it. And then the main girl reacts by going,
Yeah.
Which initially led us to believe, like, just based on like the way the comedy is structured and how the episode is basically just a series of bits, like, oh, this must just be like a Yonkama adaptation.
Yeah.
But I don't think it is a Yonkama. I think it's just
I don't think so.
Just a regular manga. So I was just like, I like the one joke, but it's not enough to like put the show on the list, unfortunately.
Listen, that one joke was not that good, okay?
No.
Like, we don't need to have it told 8 times in the one episode.
And those are the kind of manga where it's like, I wish we had OVAs, because I could watch that as like an OVA for like 50 minutes at most. Past that point, and maybe like as the story progresses, it introduces more elements, but those are elements that you kind of need to seed at least a little bit in the first episode. Next, we had the Forsaken Saintess and her foodie road trip. I think we already kind of like touched on this, but the show's all right.
This was the most interesting, I think, of the ones we dropped.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because it was like the most well produced or anything, but just the fact that they're like in an isekai. She's isekai'd and is like, her abilities are all tied to camping, and she is engaging in the new, like this isekai world as if it is like a road trip, RV road trip. Is an interesting way to go about the premise.
Listen, I'm a simple man. If your opening shot is a girl fishing and then you show her like in the OP, like driving around in a Winnebago, I'm in. I would love to watch this. Unfortunately, we just can't fit it into the schedule.
Yeah, it was not quite that good.
Yeah.
Like, nothing about it was like, whoa, this is gonna be cool. I mean, especially since we have that Iron Walk show. Like, we already have a good cooking show. This isn't even necessarily like a cooking show. It's like a minor element of it, but
The Cat and the Dragon. We watched the first episode, and it feels like we're supposed to watch the second episode, but I think we're just kind of like,
there's just too much good stuff.
Yeah, it's a wholesome premise, you know. It's a dragon and his cat friends, and it seems like it's structured based on how I saw people talking about episode 2. It's just very, very episodic, and it's all these like separate stories,
different
every
vignettes,
episode. Yeah.
That's what it seemed like it'd be.
Which is fine, but just was not, again, not strong enough to warrant continuing this. So you can kind of see almost like the grading. I was talking about the stuff that we dropped where we're just like, nah, fuck this, I don't care, to being like, oh, this is all right.
We also had more to talk about the stuff that sucked and the stuff that's just like, whatever.
Yeah.
We had like, yeah, it's all right.
It was all right. And then we decided to drop Let's Go Kaikigumi just because it's just
first episode was kind of fun.
First episode was kind of fun.
It kind of reminded me of that Detective Mashiro or whatever from like last year, where it was like not the greatest show, but like it was just had funny jokes. It's like I can deal with this. First episode was funny. The second episode was not. It was like, okay, this is already worn thin. I can do without this one.
Yeah. And that is basically everything. That is 46 anime. We've also started Magi Lumiere season 2. Liked Magi Lumiere season 1. Season 2 episode 1 had a lot more like political technical jargon than I remember being in season 1, where I was kind of like, oh, okay.
Wow, it's just like Pat Labor.
Wow, it's just like Pat Labor. Like, I remember asking you, like, did we compare this to Pat Labor when we watched the first season? You're like, yes, we did. But yeah, that's basically everything that we've checked out for the season. We still have Elusive Samurai season 2 to check out. Maybe we'll watch 100 Girlfriends at our own time, our own private time.
I will watch Yujo Senki in my own time. I meant to watch the movie, and so I could watch the second season episode before we recorded, but I couldn't find a fucking like release that would let me download it yesterday.
Damn.
And so I didn't get to watch it. So I did not watch this first episode in time, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's like 40 some anime that we have now covered in the span of like 4.5 hours.
I think it's 5 hours actually.
Okay. 5 hours in total. But I'm not including the Patreon stuff that I'll cut out.
True.
So if you want like an extra like 30,
if you just want more
40 minutes, yeah, if you just want more, go check out the Patreon again. What a good way. It's really good for us to shill our Patreon at the end of this 4.5 hour long podcast episode.
Yeah.
Oh, go check out the TikTok, by the way.
Go check out the TikTok. I mean, I mentioned that a couple of times.
That's true.